Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Voss, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Marcus Amuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Mr. Morrison, Miss Morrison, sorry, Ambassador Marks, Miss Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Miss Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Miss Hamilton, Mr. Steve Wright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Miss Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Miss Daly, Miss Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Goldie, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Miss Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mr. Newell, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Miss Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Miss Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz, Dwayne, and Mr. Wilmington. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we will have a statement by Minister Samuda, who is en route. In the interim, we can proceed to public business where the Minister of... Okay. So in the interim, Madam Speaker, we can go through the agenda.
Statement by Minister. Announcements, Clerk.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Professional Engineers Registration Board for the financial year 2023-2024. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Xavier Main, Minister of State and Member of Parliament, failed to provide information requested by the Commission in respect of the statutory declarations for the period 2018 to 2022, contrary to the law and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Ralston Wilson, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Commission for the years 2019, 2020 and 2022, contrary to the law and its indicative ruling. Jamaica Public Bodies second supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. Third supplementary estimates 2025-2026 dated Tuesday the 2nd of December 2025. And finally, the annual report of the Office of Utilities Regulation for the financial year 2024-2025 and its related ministry paper number 46 of 2025 entitled Annual Report of the Office of the Utilities Regulation for the financial year 2024-2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motion given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the third supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026 as laid on the table of the House on the 2nd day of December 2025 be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. I'm a public
Madam
business.
Speaker.
I'm a public business
Madam Speaker,
member from.
Madam Speaker,
Member.
it's still under questions and answers to questions.
It has not reached my desk, member,
But that
and
has
you're
nothing-
aware.
Madam Speaker, the standing orders doesn't.
House Leader. House Leader, turn your mic on.
But, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, member,
House Leader.
yeah, Madam Speaker, firstly, let me join my own welcome to the students of the Northern Caribbean University, an excellent institution in Manchester. They have done extremely well, especially in relation to research and areas like robotics and entrepreneurship, and I'm very happy that they're here sharing in the house today. Madam Speaker, in public business,
Madam Speaker, yes, the member for South Manchester had submitted through the House, through you and the...
He has not submitted any questions through me.
Madam Speaker.
The questions, when submitted through the clerk, will still have to come to the attention of the speaker.
Madam.
The speaker cannot.
Madam Speaker.
The speaker cannot.
Madam Speaker, I have a question.
The speaker cannot speak to any item not received.
Madam Speaker, the member for South Manchester has duly submitted questions that he wished to table at this time through the clerk, and as it required by the standing orders, and he now yeah.
Notice of question. Standing order 15. A question shall not be asked without notice unless it is of an urgent character or relates to the business of the day, and the member has obtained the leave of the speaker to ask it. Notice of a question may be handed by a member to the clerk during the period known as question time. Each such notice shall be signed by the member giving it. A member who desires, it's deeper than that, you know. Member, the standing order goes on in detail to contents of questions. The right to ask a question under Standing Order 16.1 shall be subject to the following general rules as to the interpretation of which the speaker shall be the sole judge. Subsection A. The proper object of a question is to obtain information, and it continues. A question shall not include names of persons or any statement of fact unless they are necessary to render the question intelligible. If a question contains a statement of fact, the member asking it shall make himself responsible for the accuracy of, and it continues. I'm not going to read all of the 20 points. The speaker cannot accept and table questions that have not been read at all or received by the speaker. That is why the standing order requires and leader of opposition business, you are fully aware.
Yeah, but Madam Speaker.
There is no but.
Madam, of course there's a but, Madam Speaker. If for example the speaker refuses to accept and to read
this is not for example. I just got the question on my desk 1 second ago. The member came to the office of the speaker at approximately 15 minutes or so after 2. He said he had submitted some questions. Have I seen it? I answered him. I told him no. He said he would go and get it and he would give me a copy. He just did.
Yeah. Why can't you just go and have a look at them? Yeah, but it's this morning.
Madam Speaker,
House leader.
if the leader of opposition business would just allow me, I would pray in these matters we don't have to be contentious. The questions were sent to the clerk today. There is a requirement that the speaker must review the questions before the questions are tabled. Because before the questions are tabled, the speaker must review, because if the questions do not accord with the rules, if they include statements of fact, etc., that cannot be verified, then Hold on. The speaker shall be the sole judge. So, members, allow us to be reasonable. If the speaker, if the clerk gets the questions today, the speaker has to review the questions. You're giving notice of a specific set of questions. You can't give notice in general. The notice is attached to a specific set of questions. You members and members on our side, let us go over this again. The notice is attached to a specific set of questions. You do not give notice in general. You give notice that you're going to ask these specific questions. Before that can be done, the speaker has to review the questions to ensure that they accord with the standing orders. The questions came in today, the speaker will do her review and will revert to the member.
House Leader, I will ask you not to take your seat as yet. Let me read further for the member. Subsection 2 of same standing order 16, which is why you are sure the speaker is required to review before just putting a document forward. If the speaker is of the opinion that any question of which a member has given notice to the clerk infringes the provision of any standing order or is in any way an abuse of the right of questioning, he may direct A, that the member concerned be informed and that the question is out of order, or B, that the question be entered in the order book, which such alterations as he may direct. We have never had, even in practice, outside of the standing order, this approach that you're attempting to take. It's out of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will proceed to public business. We will start with the Minister of... Madam Speaker, as...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The crux of this issue, yes, you have to review the questions, and a reasonable time ought to be provided for that. These particular questions were submitted by email before 10 a.m. we're told today. So they've been at the Parliament for 4 hours. You're saying that you just got them. So a member could reasonably expect that those questions, which may not be lengthy, could be reviewed and approved so that they could be tabled today. Given that there's a 21-day notice period before whoever those questions are directed at has to answer. To the extent that the administrative arrangements in this House don't permit the prompt review of the questions, it's problematic because the notice period is extremely lengthy. And that's why we're objecting.
Madam Speaker, I think for one to say it's reasonable that the questions are sent today, to be tabled today, is completely misplaced, right? It is completely an unreasonable approach, right? If the member, I would suggest at minimum the member send the day before for the tabling in the House. At minimum, to give the speaker enough time. The speaker does have other matters, right? That's not unreasonable. Anyway, Madam Speaker, this matter is clear. The members know better, and I would ask them to conform. We will recommit. We will ask Madam Speaker that we recommit statement by ministers.
It seems House, we now ask for a recommittal of statement by ministers. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Statement by ministers. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, As you see, the Prime Minister has joined us and has a brief statement to share with the House. So, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister.
Copies will be circulated. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to update this Honourable House on the unprecedented level of international financial support mobilized for Jamaica following Hurricane Melissa, and to outline how this support aligns with our structured, disciplined, and forward-looking national reconstruction strategy. Madam Speaker, the international community has responded to Jamaica with remarkable solidarity, urgency, and confidence. Yesterday, the 1st of December 2025, the international financial institutions, the IMF, the World Bank Group, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean Development Bank, jointly announced a 3-year coordinated financing package of up to $6.7 billion to support Jamaica's US dollars, to support Jamaica's recovery, reconstruction, and long-term resilience. Madam Speaker, even before the announcement of this substantial international financing package, we already had in place a multi-layered disaster risk financing framework, which was the product of years of strategic planning, disciplined financial management, and proactive investment in resilience. This framework enabled rapid early response and the immediate mobilization of liquidity to meet the most urgent needs following Hurricane Melissa within days. Jamaica activated several instruments across our risk financing architecture. We had approximately Jamaican 5.3 billion in the contingencies fund and 1 billion in the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund. We received US 91 million from the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, CRIF, one of the largest payouts ever made in the region. And then we had US $150 million under the catastrophe bond, triggered immediately based upon parametric thresholds. In addition, we had US $285 billion available through the IDB's contingent credit facility for rapid liquidity support, which was upsized to $300 million, and US $42 million scalable to US $84 million available on request under the World Bank's catastrophe deferred drawdown option. Madam Speaker, this totals approximately US $662 million in liquidity that was available almost immediately following the hurricane. This is the very definition of planning, preparedness, and responsible governance. Our multi-layered approach ensured that Jamaica did not wait helplessly for external support. We were prepared and ready to act, ready to deliver, and ready to protect our people. However, Madam Speaker, the scale of the disaster is without precedent in our history. The widespread infrastructure damage, displacement of thousands of families, the destruction of livelihoods, and the long-term economic impacts mean that additional financing is required to support the reconstruction effort and to build a more resilient Jamaica. It is against this backdrop of strong national preparedness that the international community has now rallied behind Jamaica, recognizing that we are not merely seeking help. We are ready to lead, ready to rebuild, and ready to transform. Madam Speaker, the US $6.7 billion financing announced yesterday has three main components. US $3.6 billion in sovereign sovereign debt financing. This is for the government to execute the National Recovery and Reconstruction Program over the next 3 years and includes up to $1 billion each from the World Bank, IDB, and CAF. US $415 million from the IMF under the Large Natural Disaster Window of the RFI, and US $200 million from the CDB, the Caribbean Development Bank. The second category of funding, second component of funding, would be US $2.4 billion in private capital mobilization. IDB Invest, the International Finance Corporation, and the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency will mobilize private investment through public-private partnership models. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that mobilizing private capital will be critical not only to scale up recovery efforts, but also to preserve fiscal space. It is not intended for the sovereign debt pool. It is not intended, Madam Speaker, for the sovereign debt pool, and the private financing pool will operate independent of each other. The plan is to use innovative public-private partnership solutions and structures that blend public and private finance and expertise throughout the recovery and reconstruction process. The third component would be grants and technical assistance. The third important component of the overall financing package would see the 5 institutions committing to provide technical assistance and policy advice services. This would include, they would provide, Madam Speaker, policy advisory services which would be funded by grants that draw on global experience and best practices in disaster response. So far, US $12 billion in grants would have already been mobilized from the IDB, the World Bank Group, and the CAF, with more to come. Madam Speaker, these 3 components, in addition to the US $662 million that was already available, is what makes up the overall financing package of $6.7 billion US. This is the single largest and most comprehensive development financing package ever assembled for Jamaica. It gives us the liquidity, the fiscal space, and the multi-year investment framework required to rebuild stronger and more secure for our future. Securing support of this magnitude within 1 month of Hurricane Melissa is nothing short of historic. It reflects sustained, direct, and proactive engagement at the highest level. Over the last several weeks, we have had extensive engagements with the heads of the IMF, the IDB, the World Bank Group, CAF, and the CDB, as well as other leaders at the G20. But, Madam Speaker, let us be clear. Engagement alone would not have produced this outcome. The swift, coordinated response from the IFIs is a direct vote of confidence in Jamaica's governance. It reflects the credibility we have built through the years of fiscal discipline in managing our economy, in reducing our debt, in strengthening institutions, in managing corruption, which is the lowest of any period of government, especially on the PNP side. By any measure of any index that has been used. It is the lowest. A point that must be made. And it stands unchallenged. So, the swift and coordinated response is a vote of confidence in the administration of the affairs of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, Jamaica today stands as a credible, responsible, and trustworthy sovereign. And it is that credibility which unlocked this extraordinary level of global support at our moment of greatest need. This morning, the Minister of Finance and myself, we met with the heads of the institutions to outline the next steps, align implementation pathways, and prepare for rapid disbursement. Madam Speaker, the message from the IFIs, that is the International Financial Institutions, could not have been clearer. They told us directly that Jamaica, already the case study of fiscal responsibility for the world, now has the chance to become the poster child for post-disaster recovery and reconstruction. They commended the government for the decision to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA, noting that few countries act so quickly to set up a modern, best practice central coordinating body to drive recovery with discipline, transparency, inclusivity, and a long-term vision. Madam Speaker, these institutions are not looking at Jamaica as a country in crisis. And for that matter, it should be said, neither is the government.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, with the Prime Minister's time to speak having expired, we ask that he be extended to complete his presentation. 10 minutes.
Question is that the Prime Minister be allowed 10 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, these institutions are not looking at Jamaica as a country in crisis, and for the record, neither is the government. We see this as an opportunity. They are looking at Jamaica as a global standard setter. The world is watching Jamaica, not just with empathy, but with admiration, respect, and expectations. We now have a rare opportunity to show what a small nation, united in purpose and confident in its future, can achieve on the global stage. Madam Speaker, the resources being mobilized are aligned with clear, disciplined, multi-phase national reconstruction strategy. Phase 1 of the strategy is the stabilization and the provision of essential services. The first phase of the strategy is focused on the restoration of electricity, water, connectivity, food, shelter, and key transportation links. As these stabilize, relief, which is the provision of the food and water and other such items, will transition in December, or probably a little later, maybe early January, from physical distribution to targeted financial support through a voucher system, whether digital or physical, restoring dignity, autonomy, and choice to affected Jamaica. Phase 2, which is the economic and social recovery. So that next phase will be the reopening of schools, restoration reactivation of the local economy. Already we have begun that, Madam Speaker. A central pillar of the government's national recovery strategy is direct support for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, the backbone of Jamaica's economy and the most vulnerable to prolonged disruption. The MSMEs are essential to employment, rural livelihood, supply chain recovery, and the restoration of commercial activity across the island. Ensuring their swift restart is therefore critical to Jamaica's overall economic rebound. In this context, the Development Bank of Jamaica has launched its Business Recovery Program, a comprehensive package to restore operations across agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and health, with a strong focus on MSMEs. To capitalize this program, Cabinet has approved $3 billion Jamaican dollars in funding for the remainder of the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Further allocations will be made for the coming budget. Then, phase 3, resilient reconstruction. Madam Speaker, this third phase will focus on resilient considerations. This is the heart of our long-term strategy. Every major investment will reflect stronger engineering, climate-ready design, and future-proofing. This includes resilient housing, rebuilding schools, hospitals, and public buildings to higher resilience standards, including relocating them where necessary. Climate-smart roads and bridges, coastal and river defense systems, including natural defenses. Strengthened public utilities and grid resilience. Digital and transport infrastructure to support productivity. Our reconstruction is not merely about restoring what was lost. It is about building a stronger, more competitive Jamaica capable of withstanding future climate shocks. Madam Speaker, we will approach reconstruction as a growth-inducing strategy. I know from it that the question will be asked, why are we celebrating more death? We are not celebrating more death. What we are celebrating is the opportunity to make a massive investment in our infrastructure, in our people, in the services that improve productivity. And it is that investment, Madam Speaker, that will expand our economy relative to our debt. And therefore, in short order, you can look forward to growing, increased revenue, and a relatively smaller debt to the size of your economy. We have never before had an opportunity to spend $6.7 billion relative to our GDP. We have never had that opportunity. US and our GDP is somewhere in the region of about 19 billion. The Minister of Finance reminded me, $20 billion. You are proud, as I'm proud of the fact. Yes, $20 billion. So you get an opportunity to, within 3 years, to deploy $6.7 billion relative to your $20 billion. So you can see the opportunity to expand the economy. And that's what the strategy is. And I'm encouraging all Jamaicans, regardless of political persuasion, to embrace this opportunity. To shift from crisis mode, to move from disputes over the distribution of a care package here or some lumber there, and start to think how are we going to play our part in the new possibilities provided here for all Jamaicans to benefit? So, the reconstruction effort being deployed across infrastructure, housing, digitalization, logistics, agriculture, and energy will create thousands of jobs, crowd in private investment, improve national productivity, protect fiscal sustainability. Because make no mistake, there will be those looking down at our currency and say, can the central bank defend? We have reserves. But with this, we will be in a superior fiscal position to give confidence and certainty to our business sector. We will turn this moment of crisis into an opportunity to transform. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has never lacked ambition. What we have lacked for decades is the financial wherewithal to match that ambition. Today, that has changed. For the first time in our history, our national development vision is backed by a robust, multi-year, multi-partner financing envelope. Madam Speaker, we now have a clear reconstruction strategy, an empowered institutional framework, unprecedented international support, and a united national will. This government will move forward with urgency, discipline, and transparency as we lead Jamaica into a new era of resilience, recovery, and growth. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Leader of the opposition, respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I begin by taking this opportunity to express my sympathies and solidarity with all the victims across Jamaica of Hurricane Melissa. The many who died, the numbers still not finalized, and those who are still suffering from the aftermath of this terrible storm. Madam Speaker, it is a sad situation in the configuration of the affairs of this world that we, living in a small island developing state like Jamaica, are the recipients of the increasingly vicious effects of the climate crisis, a crisis which we did very little, if anything, to cause. There is the global warming as a result of the excessive use of carbon and emissions from carbon fuels over the last few centuries since the Industrial Revolution. That global warming has largely been driven by the wealthy economies of the world. And yet we, in Jamaica and other islands like ourselves, are suffering the consequences of that on an annual basis. We were hit by Beryl, or scraped by Beryl. Last year it was a serious hit. And this year we got walloped by Melissa. It's really a shame that the international financial community is still approaching the mitigation of the effects of climate-induced disasters on countries like ours by financing packages that are largely based on additional debt. These debts that we are now going to be incurring to finance our TEMSAT recovery are like lending money to a business that suffered losses through some kind of crisis that is trying to dig itself out of a hole from. Taking on additional debt to do that is going to be a challenging road for any country. Therefore, I don't think it's appropriate to treat these announcements in a triumphant way. We are going to be incurring the costs of paying back this massive additional borrowing in years to come. We are in a country which has spent the last 15 years seeking to get ourselves out of a debt trap, where we've had to run massive primary surpluses every year consistently to reduce our debt to GDP ratio, with a target that's written into our law incidentally by a government from this side, which we were anticipating would have been met this year before Melissa struck us. And now we are facing a new era of massive incremental borrowing. If you look at 3.6 billion US of sovereign debt, that's over 25% of GDP of additional borrowing. That does, and the 662 billion already available, only less than half of that is in a form that's not debt. Most of that is debt as well. This $2.4 billion of private capital, we look forward to seeing whether that will be forthcoming and in what volumes, because you can't project that you're going to receive private investment as part of your recovery. I'm glad that the multilaterals are going to support the effort, but at the end of the day, investors have to be willing and there have to be projects available to them that are bankable and investable. So we will see whether or not that happens. But the reality is that only 12 million US out of how much? $7 billion is grant funding. Only 12 million US out of over 6 billion of programmed US funding is grant funding. That is the world that we as Jamaicans, both you on that side and us on this side, have to navigate.
Councillor, members' time for speaking has expired. Councillor, the members' time for speaking has expired.
We didn't visit your Prime Minister's speech with the kind of response that you're giving, man.
Madam Speaker, as the time for the opposition leader has expired, to speak has expired, we ask that you give him sufficient time to complete his presentation.
House, the question is that the leader of opposition be allowed an additional 5 minutes to complete his presentation. No, members, I am going to ask that no one asks for sufficient time to complete, because those words can mean a 2-hour, 3-hour presentation, like the member from St. Andrew South. Yeah, Angela, you know it's you, who spoke for hours. What is your point of order? What's your point of order? You're correct.
That violates the standard.
Member, you're correct. But it is not in keeping with the approach of Parliament to speak until conclusion, whenever that is. And we have learned our lesson, as the member so nicely stood up and reminded us. So she knows who we are speaking of. So 5 minutes, House. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. House Leader?
Yeah, I suppose I should be grateful, though it's a very parsimonious allocation of time to respond to such an important speech on such an important occasion. It's symptomatic of what is wrong with this Parliament, that the leader of the opposition is given 5 minutes more Anyway, that is the world in which we are being required to live. Madam Speaker, the institution which has been announced to oversee the recovery process, which does not yet exist. It is just an announcement thus far. This National, I think, Resilience and Recovery, or Recovery and Resilience Authority, NARA, is going to, we are told, be responsible for the relief resources being spent in a judicious way, in a way that's efficient, in a way that is accountable and transparent, and in a way that accords with a sensible policy of recovery. After all, the PIOJ has indicated that this financial quarter that we're in now, the economy is going to contract by some 11, I think, to 13% of GDP relative to the same quarter last year. That is a massive contraction. And it's going to further exacerbate the debt to GDP ratio because, of course, the debt to GDP ratio has two components. There's debt and there's GDP. So what we're seeing here is that debt is going to be growing dramatically and GDP is in the process of a free fall as a result of this terrible calamity that has hit us. So while I admire and indeed share optimism about the future, because Jamaica is such a resilient and special country, and we will get through this, I think we should approach an announcement like this with some sobriety, where this event has caused us to retrace our steps substantially from the economic path we were on, and which we, the nation incurred substantial sacrifices to get to where we were. I'm not blaming the government for Melissa. That would be absurd. I'm not blaming the government for seeking resources to fund the recovery. It's going to be necessary to get those resources. I am just making the point that this is not something to celebrate. This is not something to gloat about. This represents a substantial setback for Jamaica, and it represents if it's not administered properly, it could permanently weaken our future prospects and damage the country's future. Which is all the more reason why the composition of this recovery authority is important. I wrote to the Prime Minister on the day after the hurricane to suggest the establishment of a task force with broad-based representation, leaders from the private sector and business community, leaders from the churches, leaders from the NGOs, and representatives from the government and the opposition. The concept of NARA is consistent with that. However, I've heard nothing from the Prime Minister as to the role of the opposition in NARA. We heard it could be broad-based, but there's no inclusivity in the dialogue around how it is to be constituted. And I can hear from the barbs that are flowing from the other side that the likelihood is that we will not be included in it. That is what I'm hearing from the other side in their responses to me, their sotto voce remarks. All I can say is, Prime Minister, the opposition represents some 400,000 voters who voted for us, 28 constituencies, and our presence in the recovery and our participation in the recovery, you'll be well advised to see in a genuine...
House Leader, the member's time for speaking has expired. Members,
Thank you. As the member's time for speaking has expired, I ask that you put to the House that he be allowed an additional 2 minutes to complete his presentation.
complete your presentation, opposition leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another generous allocation of time. Thank you very much.
And opposition leader,
Yes,
Prime Minister got 10 minutes extra on 12 minutes for statement by Minister,
right. I won't be
and,
there that long.
and you got
Yeah,
half
I'm
of
wrapping
that time.
I'm wrapping up.
Yeah.
It's not in my nature to be long-winded. So, Prime Minister, the point I was making is, I think you would be well advised to seek, in an authentic way, the inclusion of the opposition in the governance arrangements over which these funds will be administered on this recovery, because Jamaica is facing an unprecedented disaster, the scale of which is indeed awesome and frightening to those who have to encounter it on a daily basis in several parishes across the land. So, Prime Minister, I wait to hear your thoughts on this. I have asked you about it for a month now. You haven't indicated to me your views, but you know, I'm putting to you today again what I consider to be the optimal approach to dealing with this particular matter. Time is short and I've been asked to finish within 2 minutes, so I will wrap up now. More and on. We will be hearing about the fiscal rules, and we'll be hearing about the suspension of the fiscal rules, no doubt. And I'm looking forward to the discussion around that, where I'll have an opportunity to say some more on these matters. Thank you.
Madam Speaker and Prime Minister, you can guide me here whether you will deal with these questions or the Minister of Finance. But I certainly would like to know the terms and conditions of the loans that we're getting from the various multilateral agencies. The 6.7 billion US is over 3 years. What we intend to draw down in year 1, year 2, year 3, whether there are conditionalities tied to these loans, whether the monies have to be used specifically related to rebuilding exercises or whether it can be used more broadly. So you can guide me as to whether you will answer or the Minister of Finance will provide those details when she speaks later.
Any other questions? You may go ahead, member from Portland Eastern.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you, Madam Speaker. You made mention of the human dignity component with your transition to digital cards or an alternative means to food distribution. In your presentation, I note that the purpose of loans, albeit that you are celebrating, and we ought to celebrate restoring the country, the aspect as to whether or not there was any consideration of persons who simply won't be able to access your electronic system to access basic necessities for the food and anything else that comes with it. Yeah. Also, in terms of an allocation, is there a specific sum that goes to the persons who are the primary victims and should be the ultimate beneficiary of any loan given? That is to ensure that the lives of the people are restored in a position better or at a minimum to the position they were before the disaster. And ask lastly that any consideration should consider the Constitution and the guidance on human rights when that is done. Thank you.
Minister, I was just making sure that there were no other mics on. the member from St. Andrew Southwest.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, in speaking about the next phase, and in particular moving from relief to recovery, I had a question in terms of, I think you had mentioned something about cash transfers earlier, though not specifically in here, but it ties in. So the question I wanted to ask is whether or not in the distribution of cash, allocation of cash transfers, whether gender sensitive targeting will be used, especially given the fact that we know that targeting households that are led female heads, that really brings more fairness. And I was wondering whether or not that was contemplated in what you were planning to do. The other question that I have was really around also integrating emergency cash relief into existing welfare programs. We haven't heard much spoken about that, but I believe that that is important, although issues of connectivity and network would hamper how successful that can be. But as we are moving to restore, I am asking where are we with that and hoping that we will do that. And then, Prime Minister, you speak in the reconstruction effort being deployed across infrastructure, housing, digitalization, logistics, agriculture, and energy, that thousands of jobs will be created. Again, Prime Minister, the question I'm asking, I'm looking at how Ministry of Labour and Social Security and some of those who have done the assessment, I'm looking at the cry on the ground about the partisan nature of how it has been done, how some communities have been totally left out, and I'm wondering what will be done differently to ensure that those thousands of jobs that are created for Jamaicans and not on a partisan basis.
So members, I'll remind you that you should indicate wanting to ask a question instead of turning on all the mics, and you would have observed the effort to put us back in order. So as appropriately done, the member from St. Catherine Southeast will now ask his question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Stand up. So, Prime Minister, you mentioned that we are looking at turning this moment of crisis into an opportunity, and much talk has been made about a Marshall Plan for Jamaica's recovery. There's also a DAWS plan in following work. Of growth. For example, when the Minister of Energy spoke, there was not much discussion as to moving towards green energy, and we don't even know to this day the status of the wind turbines that we had invested in so much. So the question is, when we are reconstructing, are we going to be building a future through new enterprises and manufacturing, or are we going to go through the Spring Plains projects and the garments fiascos of the 1980s, which we ended up paying for, as the leader of the opposition said, for years later? Thank you.
Next is the member from St. Manchester South, who raised his hands, and you may now turn your mic on, member. from Manchester South. He stood up. You know the rules, you can choose to follow them or not.
Prime Minister, you spoke about the establishment of NARA and it will be quickly set up. Could you tell us the form of this entity? Is it going to be, I'll just repeat, what type of entity will NARA be? Is it going to be a statutory body established by statute or act of this parliament? Or is it going to be just a regular company, government-owned company? I assume that you're well down the wicket in terms of determining the form of this entity. That's one question. And the second is, I noticed that the 12 million grants that you mentioned, it's all for technical and policy advice. Do we know if any of this will be spent with Jamaican professionals, or will it all, as usual, go to foreign entities?
Next person is the member from St. Catherine Northwest. You may turn on your mic, member.
Raise your hand and stand. So, Prime Minister, I have one question. The estimate of 6.7 billion US, is that in your analysis sufficient enough for our recovery efforts and our rebuilding efforts? And if it is not enough, approximately what percent of the resources you perceive that we will need in the next 3 to 5 years is this 6.7 billion? That's my question, please.
Next is the member from Westmoreland Eastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, I don't think those of us from Westmoreland can see this as anything but an opportunity for us to rebuild. Normally, rural development is not given primacy of focus, and that leads to migration to the urban centers and all of those things. In rebuilding Western Jamaica, one of the fundamental issues confronting the people there is the issue of landlessness. They don't own the piece of land that they occupy. That leads to several other issues. Some persons don't build permanent structures because they don't own the piece of land. And that puts them at risk when we have these weather events. So I'm just asking that in the rebuilding process, that security of tenure and giving the right to the land that these persons have been occupying, that be placed at the forefront, especially for majority of the persons within the parish of Westmoreland.
So I note that the member from St. Andrews Southwest, who ridiculed the efforts to have members raise their hand, is wondering if raising hand is still a standing order. After that, the week following, the ruling was as exactly in keeping with the standing order. The standing order requires that a member stands and upon catching the eye of the speaker, so you are required to stand. The member from St. Andrew West. Thank you so much, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, as Jamaica assumes the role, this new role as the poster child for climate resilience, are you likely to support the Barbados initiative that looks at reforming the financial institutions? So the Barbados initiative, is that to reform the financial institutions so that we can get better terms for the financing for recovery.
You may turn on your mic, member from St. and Southeast.
Prime Minister, thank you. And just one question from me as well. It relates to time frame, and you spoke about the 3 phases. However, since the different sections of the country were differently affected, will the strategy also take that into consideration so that those that can't get up and go a bit faster get the support that they need? Because as you said a couple sittings ago, we do need to make sure that those that are able fill the gap that is left by those that are now, I guess, a bit less able. So will the approach in moving forward, approach in implementing, also take that into consideration? Because there are some sections of the country that can go faster than others.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just try and move through very quickly because we do have an extensive agenda, including the supplementary. Let me start with the last question that was asked, which would give some context. Jamaica's approach to the disaster has 3 distinct lines of effort. Lines of effort 1 is relief. That is relief from the humanitarian displacement that has occurred. And that primarily has food, temporary shelter, water, that kind of support, care support. Then there is the recovery. And the recovery focuses on getting back electricity, water, hospitals, schools, access to roadways. And then we have reconstruction, which focuses on taking a longer-term view on what we rebuild, where we rebuild, and how we rebuild. All 3 are happening simultaneously. It is not a sequential undertaking. The intention of the government is to mainstream the relief effort. It is going to be necessary that this be done because the relief effort is mainly supported by our philanthropic partners who have come, many of them have come into the island, and indeed the ordinary Jamaicans who have been supporting. In another 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to see many of our relief partners take up and leave. It is natural, that's how it has happened all around the world for a long period of time. Some have longer staying capacities, others come for a specific purpose. So the government can't continue to have a special relief effort. A principle that this parliament must appreciate, or I'm certain that we all do and understand, is that there is a government. And yes, the opposition is a part of the government. The government has ministries, agencies, and departments that are established to provide support through the regular social safety net system, whether it be PARK, whether it be rehabilitation grants, which we do normally. So the government will transition the relief effort into a more mainstream response, stood up by the ministries, departments, and agencies. Inasmuch as members of parliament have been clamoring to want to deliver package, to want to deliver roofing material, there will come a time, and it has already come, where the members of parliament will be saying, take this away from me, I can't manage it anymore. Well, you know, this is, Madam Speaker, the challenge. Because in one voice you say you want it, and then in another voice you say you don't want it, you just want it done. And Madam Speaker, we as the government who have the responsibility, we already knew that this moment would come. And therefore, Madam Speaker, that is why we have always emphasized that we must stand up the government, make the government strong, including the members of the opposition, so that we can give the long enduring service to those Jamaicans who are suffering. That is what we have done. So, Madam Speaker, the idea that somehow the relief effort has been partisan, unfairly distributed, the main proponent being my sister and neighbor from St. Andrews South West.
Again, the Prime Minister is misleading the House by saying, and besmirching, yes, my character, by saying that I am the main proponent. Obviously, he's not on social media, he's not reading what others are saying and writing. I am only bold enough to say it to your face.
Madam Speaker, I am happy that the member who says that she is not the main proponent, who asked the same question last week and asked it this week, and is bold enough to state, I am happy that she has raised the issue, because, Madam Speaker, as I travel through the country, supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party have come to me complaining that the PNP MPs who have gotten substantial relief aid have not been distributing it to them. And I want to put it on record, Madam Speaker, that when they have come to me, I have said to them, in the interest of unity and peace in this country, that we wouldn't raise it or complain about it. But there is obviously, Madam Speaker, an effort to destroy the goodwill and to falsely accuse the government in a very malicious way. And we have, Madam Speaker, made every attempt to be fair in how we have distributed the public's resources, not our resources, the public resources. And to answer the member, I have given a directive to the Minister of Labour, to the Minister of Local Government, and that they must release all public aid that has been given to every member of Parliament in this country. So that the unfair and malicious attempt to cast the government in an unfair light can be dispelled by facts. So, Madam Speaker, that will be made available as soon as the next sitting. And we have also said, I must say, Madam Speaker, I received yesterday a very good report from ADPEM that they now have in place a proper system to manage inventory. So very soon we should be able to have a public access website where we can see everything that comes in and everything that is given. We will put an end to this deliberate, malicious attempt to destroy the reputation of the government. Madam Speaker, and we will see when it happens who has gotten more. Madam Speaker, no, I'm on my feet. No, we will disclose everything that has been given to constituencies. Let me put it that. Well, it can't go to the constituency unless it goes through the MP. So, Madam Speaker, I know what has fallen over there and why everybody is all of a sudden getting hot under the collar. I know. Madam continue. Let me continue. Now, a question was asked by the member from South Manchester. And your question was that there was 12 million US dollars of grants given. I am constrained to say, member, that the grants are specifically for technical advice. There are other grants given. In relation to the question asked by the leader of the opposition, there are other grants which ministers who are in the various areas where those grants are given will. But 12 billion for this case is for technical advice. 12 billion. And you are correct in the sense that sometimes these grants come with conditionalities as to who would be the consultant, and some countries have precise, and some countries do have a requirement that by their law that some of their aid has to come through their local companies. I am not here saying that this is definitively the case for this. We have not discussed that. Which brings me to the question asked by the member from Southeast St. Andrews, whether or not you wanted to have more details as to how the loans will be accessed, when they will be accessed, the conditionalities and interest rates and so forth. So today was, so just to back up so that the country understands clearly. 2 weeks ago, I had a discussion with all the international financial institutions at the G20. That discussion centered around how we can assist Jamaica's recovery. I asked for a particular kind of support. It was considered by the IFIs, and they came together and they made their release on Monday. This morning, I had a call with all the IFIs, including the head of the IMF, the head of the World Bank, the head of IDB, the head of CAF, and the CDB, Caribbean Development Bank. And we worked out in broad outlines how the program will work. So I don't have for you as yet the details. The Minister of Finance will now go into the direct discussions to work out the details. We can say that the private sector loans, again to the point raised by the leader of the opposition, will form part of our public-private strategy. His concern is that, yes, you may say that $2.5 billion is available in private sector loans, but are there the matching investments ready to take it? And on investments, and my answer to that is yes, because the government of Jamaica was already in the process, because of our public investment appraisal process, where we have to develop projects way in advance. In addition to investors who have been coming to the government to say, we want to do this and we will fund it, and we have to say, yes, we understand if you want to partner with us, you have to understand that we have to keep within our fiscal limits. And therefore there are projects that are lined up waiting for fiscal space to be executed. So which is why I've been saying that yes, it's a disaster, but that it has also created an opportunity for us to fund projects that have been on the track waiting to get fiscal space to be operated. So this is what I mean when I say we have opportunities. So this is also a signal, Madam Speaker, to the private sector that if there are projects that have a national impact that can be done using Jamaica's well-established public-private partnership structure, now is the time to get in line for those projects. The leader of the opposition is saying in a sort of way that we don't have the money. The point is that once the international community stands up and commits to it, it would be very rare or something dramatic negatively would have happened for us not to have access to the fund. I'm saying the private sector money, they have committed an envelope. And once they have committed that, it is then up to us to meet the envelope. And so I'm confident that we will be able to meet the envelope for the private sector fund. I want to tackle a question raised by the leader of the opposition. And in some ways it's a philosophical question about climate justice. Where the leader of the opposition said, as I've been saying since I was co-chair of the committee for climate financing with Prime Minister Trudeau appointed by the Secretary General to deal with this issue of climate change, that of course small and developing countries like Jamaica are not the main contributors to the issues of climate change, but yet we bear the cost of it. Our emissions clearly could not be attributed as a cause for the warming of the oceans globally, or the melting of the ice sheets in the poles, or the destruction of coral, or rising sea levels. Jamaica's carbon footprint is negligible. But you know, Madam Speaker, I am a strong advocate for climate justice. But the difference between myself and the leader of the opposition is you don't know what I'm going to say. You don't know what I'm going to say. The difference between myself and the leader of the opposition is that I am not expecting the international community to give Jamaica anything.
The Prime Minister is attributing a point of view or a remark to me, which is false. I've never said that the international community can be expected to give us anything. I know the world we're living in. I was pointing out the injustice of it, and the fact that it's because of the injustice of it that we're going to have to be taking on this massive amount of additional debt to try and dig ourselves out of this hole. That's the point I was making.
Madam Speaker, I accept the point of clarification, but there was no point of order. But the clarification attempted by the leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, my recollection of the leader of the opposition statement is that they are only giving us $12 million in grants. With all that we need, all that they're going to give us, let me say this, Madam Speaker. Yes, there is an injustice in the climate change issues that small island developing states in particular are faced with increasing in terms of frequency, in terms of intensity, and in terms of the overlapping of disasters that have an impact on our balance sheet as a whole. And the argument is that rich countries that have benefited from using carbon-based fuels, should compensate. But, your Prime Minister, the position I take is that until then, Jamaica must be able to stand on its own 2 feet, develop itself. And how do we, as a small nation, Madam Speaker, stand on our own 2 feet? The leader of the opposition's argument is that we are going to have to borrow to do this recovery. Now, I want to know, hold on, that's what he said. No. The leader of the opposition made the point that we're going to have to borrow to do the recovery. And you have made the exact point. Yes. So what else would we have to do? What else would we have to do? Which shows you the inconsistency of his arguments. But here's the problem now, Madam Speaker. How do we borrow? If it were 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we would not be able to approach the IFI. We wouldn't even be able to approach the international community. But Madam Speaker, even if we were able to approach the international community, it would not be on concessionary terms. It would not be in a structured way as this. Madam Speaker, every country borrows. The real issue is, what are the terms on which you borrow? And it is the first time in a long time, in over 50 years, that Jamaica is able to approach the international community and be able to get these loans at concessionary and structured. Madam Speaker, I can be clear. I can be clear with the House that our preferred approach is to engage with the international financial institutions, because invariably their terms are much better than private markets, and they support technical development, and they engage a structured program. So it is better for Jamaica to engage the financial community in this way. Madam Speaker, we're only able to do this, because we have demonstrated that Jamaica is a good steward with its own resources, and a good steward with the resources that we have borrowed. That good stewardship, Madam Speaker, the signal of that is that we have been able to consistently reduce our debt to the point where we were almost at 60% of GDP. The international community, looking on at this, says this is a responsible government with which we can partner and lend almost 20 to 30% of its GDP. Now, the question is, as the leader of the opposition pointed, we're going to have to borrow all this money. We're going to have to borrow all this money, and it is going to increase our debt to GDP ratio. The answer is yes. The debt to GDP ratio will increase. But what are you going to do with the money? If you don't use the money wisely, then you are stuck with high debt. If you use the money wisely, you can expand your GDP and pay back your debt, and you're in a better position. And that is why, so I'm coming now to the question of NARA, of setting up NARA. And the member from St. Catherine South East asked about the Marshall Plan for recovery, and that has been mentioned. So, from a week after the disaster, we anticipated this, and we decided that we would have to establish an entity that will be able to use the funds as quickly as they become available. Because a part of the discussion with the IFIs is that the funds have to be made available on a fairly rapid pace. In other words, it couldn't follow the elongated processes. So we had to establish a new entity, and this entity, to answer the question asked by the leader of the opposition, somebody else, what are the member from South Manchester, what will be the form? What form will the entity take? This is where we are now in terms of studying the various options available for a structure. Should it take an executive agency form, a statutory entity? What will the legislation look like? These are questions that are now being studied. We sought the advice and assistance of the World Bank in doing the conceptual note. We are out of that phase, and now the Attorney General's chambers and all the legal experts are now looking at what legal form it will take. I will reserve my comments because I don't want what I say influence the advice that is given. But we want an entity that is nimble, can move very quickly, that complies with our principles of fairness and transparency and so forth. And we want an entity that is forward-looking to answer the questions that were asked about, for example, are we going to invest in traditional mining? Are we going to look at something different? Are we going to look at renewable energy versus what we have now? These are all questions that I am not proposing to answer. What I am proposing is that we set up a technical entity, which will be the NARA, to guide the decisions in that regard. Now, the question is, what role will the opposition play in all of this? And this is a matter that I've tried very hard to, again, not respond to some of the things that have been said, but I believe that it is important for public discourse that I share my mind with the public. Now, during the pandemic, I had the awesome responsibility of using executive powers. And I made it a practice that for every executive order that was given, I brought it to Parliament, though it was not required, and it was debated here, and parliamentarians had an opportunity to vary or change. It worked quite well. And I think we could say that we had the cooperation of the opposition in the management, largely, of the pandemic. We established a joint select committee where the Minister of Health was at the disposal of a selected number of members to question him on the management from the head side of things on the pandemic. When the leader of the opposition and myself met, he expressed to me that he would want to have a role in the recovery, and that was not something that I objected to. I still, however, have to figure out how does that work. The framework of our system is we have a parliament. This is the ultimate forum in which we meet and debate. And I have said, hold on, I've said, listen, let us establish a special committee. It wouldn't be under the strictures of all the other rules of how the standing committees and other committees work. It could meet when it wants and have that robust discussion, ask questions, oversight, and you meet. And it's under the rubric of Parliament. I was a bit disappointed that that effort was rejected in favor of going to the PAAC. But I understand because it is my view as well that if you have a government and the government has a structure, why go outside of the structure of government? Allow government to work. On the one hand, you can't reject what I have established based upon your advice and request. You have established it. Then you reject it, and then you come here and say you want to have a role. Make up your mind. I am not here trying to hog up everything and do everything by myself. God knows I would prefer that everything were done in a way where everybody carries some of the weight. But let's not try to make political mileage and gain out of a disaster. Let's not do that. No, the establishment of the NARA, as spotted by the member from South Manchester, has to be within a legal framework. And I have to go figure out now how that legal framework can incorporate a member of the opposition or members of the opposition in how that is administered. No. Hold on a minute. There is a precedent which I have been thinking about, but I don't know if it does work. Again, the member from Manchester South would immediately recall that the National Security Council was established in this way, where a member of the opposition from time to time was invited to sit on the National Security Council. Hold on. The Disaster Risk Council is an established position. And we have always said, let us use that, but you won't want to use the disaster response. You want me to go now outside of the established structure and set up another structure. That's what you want me to do. No, I'm making my point.
You have a point of order, opposition leader. No, opposition leader. Your mic is not on as yet. Okay, thank you.
The Prime Minister is again misleading the House. We have never objected to the use of the Disaster Risk Management Act and the Disaster Council, Risk Management Council, Disaster Risk Council, as the framework for dealing with disasters. We have perhaps objected to some of the things that happened during the pandemic in terms of the use of orders to create criminal offenses, but that's a different matter. The framework itself is robust and sound. It has been marginalized and put into OPM. And NARA is being established as a new framework. And all I'm saying is, if you want this to be a national effort, it would be a good idea, in my view, to include the opposition in the governance structure of NARA. If it's a statutory body, all you have to do is in the schedule which establishes its composition, include one or two members appointed by the leader of the opposition. That is standard, it is done. There are many examples in our law of that. Many. Including things like the Early Childhood Commission and the Parenting Commission. The Disaster Risk Council itself has the leader of the opposition as a member. And there are many, many others. So there's no rocket science to do this. It's just a question of political will and whether you think it's appropriate or not. And clearly you don't.
So, again, the attempted clarification has not made the position of the opposition any clearer to me. When we met, I explained that there is the Disaster Risk Management Act, which already incorporates the leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition went out and said, we want a different management structure, even before I had announced NARA. No, Madam Speaker, I want to be clear. At the start of my presentation, Madam Speaker, I went to great lengths to explain that the disaster is being managed in 3 different lines of effort. The Management of the relief is under ODPEM and the National Disaster Risk Council. The management of recovery is also partially under ODPEM and the National Disaster Risk Council. Some parts of it are privately led, for example, JPS or the telecommunications. They are incorporated. The reconstruction effort, however, by virtue of the time it takes, the funding that has to go to it, is not considered a part of the disaster management, as it were. Because once you go through relief, then you go through recovery, then now you're into reconstruction. And so the reconstruction is a separate phase that has to be managed in a particular way. It has to have not just oversight, but executive function. And that's a big difference. Now, before the leader of the opposition can clarify and broke my thoughts, I was about to say that there are some examples of participation of the opposition in advisory functions, not in the executive functions of the government. I pointed out the National Security Council for one, and the Disaster Risk Council is another, and we could put in place an advisory body, as I had indicated before, of eminent Jamaicans, of members of civil society, and of course members of the opposition, because there will be decisions that have to be made that require strong political and social discourse. The member from Westmoreland, for example, raised the issue of land settlement in Westmoreland. Now, I don't see how the government is going to treat with the land settlement issues without incorporating the opposition. Because let's say, member from Westmoreland Eastern, that there is a community that is at risk, and it is assessed that we have to relocate them to better, higher ground. And there is some political suspicion. The program is done. So we already factored in our development of how we're going to administer now, that there has to be the inclusion of the opposition. And I want it to be clear that I don't need to be threatened. I just want that to be clear. I am not going to accept any threats about if you know. No, that is not the spirit. No, that's what he said. That's what he said. If you are genuine, if you are serious, then let us, as leaders of the country, let us as leaders talk one-on-one without our conversations. I mean, I don't know. Let me be clear. Any lies, any misinformation, we have stood by and we have allowed it. That's fine. No is a disaster. The consequences of misleading people in a disaster is a disaster in itself. And if you are truly a part of the government, then you must act like a part of the government and be responsible in your government.
No. House leader.
Oh.
You can appoint
Madam Speaker, we will now have a statement by
Member from St. Catherine and Northwest, and the member from Portland Eastern.
I asked Prime Minister that based on your analysis and the numbers you have received, is the 6.7 billion sufficient? And if not, what percent of what you think we need over the next 3 to 5 years is the 6.7 billion?
Hold on, Prime Minister.
I had raised the issue of your electronic distribution, the moving from electronic and the human rights implications in relation to persons who didn't have IDs and stuff. Yeah.
$6.8 billion. $6.8 billion is sufficient. We couldn't expect to borrow everything that we need. And we will have to fund some of it from our own revenue, which is why I've been emphasizing that we need to keep the economy going. Let's get back to normal quickly. Though we do have this large envelope, I'm sure it's not going to cover everything, but it is far more than we have ever had, and it is certainly a significant part of what we need. It's very hard to estimate. The asset damage is 8.8 billion. So we have been given 6.7 billion. That's substantial. Remember now, some of the asset damage is not on the account of government. Some of the asset damage would be hotels which are privately owned, businesses which are privately owned. So a large part, in other words, I'm certain that we will cover what is on the government's balance sheet with this amount of money that is.
I would love to allow you. However, there's a member on the government side who would like to ask a question after the questions were responded to, and it is not being allowed. So I will turn over to House Leader. House Leader, and I'm saying to you that there are persons who want to start another round of questions. So, hold on. I said House Leader, so you notice you? House Leader, next statement by Minister.
I asked question. The member from Portland Eastern.
He asked.
Yeah. So Prime Minister was to respond.
He asked this as well. He asked this as well.
That Eastern asked a question regarding whether the human rights of persons will be respected when we transition to the mainstreaming of the relief effort. Yes, notice we use the term vouchers, both physical or electronic. And in our traditional standard way of giving social support, members, the persons who receive it, are required to have some form of identification. It is the requirement of our government that persons who are receiving benefits from the government have some form of identification. In this phase of the relief, that was not instituted. There was no request or requirement for persons to produce IDs. I am being clear. There was no directive from the government of Jamaica for anyone to produce any form of ID. I am not saying it didn't happen. I have heard things being said. We have not received any formal reports of that, but we were very clear to the agents, including the JDF, including the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. No. Madam Speaker, just to be clear, in doing this, we always have a provision where we enable persons to be properly documented. As is the case with, for example, the Solidarity Program. When persons are applying, if they don't have the requisite identification, we support them in getting the necessary identification and documentation. So yes, we want to support and we do protect the dignity of all Jamaicans. And the dignity of all Jamaicans include that they have some form of identification as required.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We do have significant ground to cover today, so I'm going to ask that the Minister of Water, ask the members to appreciate when we go through the questions time and you close and give the Prime Minister a chance to answer, that we know there may always be more that arise, but we ask that we get the understanding so that we can move to the other matters. And we do want to take Minister's chuck to end that debate today as well. So, Minister Sabudo.
Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you. These things happen. Madam Speaker, I rise to update the nation and indeed the Parliament on the outcome of Jamaica's participation at COP30, which recently concluded in Belém, Brazil. Jamaica demonstrated our commitment to climate action with the ratification of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1995, the Kyoto Protocol in 1999, the Paris Agreement in 2017, and the Doha Amendment of the Kyoto Protocol in 2020. The country has been actively engaged in negotiation across these treaties and therefore has been instrumental in shaping the global climate agenda. A COP, or a Conference of the Parties, is a yearly meeting of countries that are parties to the UNFCCC. It is a formal global negotiating forum where countries review progress under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, adopt decisions, and launch political finance initiatives as well. COP meetings combine formal negotiations, legal texts and decisions with numerous side events, ministerial roundtables, and high-level political discussions. Madam Speaker, COP30 was held between November 10th and 21st and was dubbed the Adaptation COP, the COP of Truth, and held under the theme Delivering Climate Justice to focus on strengthening multilateralism and accelerating the implementation of climate goals. This event and its related sessions provided an opportunity to continue the call for urgent actions needed by the global community. The key discussions, Madam Speaker, included adaptation financing, mitigation action, trading in carbon emissions, building resilience, addressing loss and damage associated with climate change, maintaining the provisions of the Paris Agreement regarding the special circumstances of SIDS and least developed countries, and increasing climate finance. Madam Speaker, I was honored to have led Jamaica's delegation, supported by Ambassador Dale Weber, Special Envoy for Climate Change, members of the Climate Change Branch, and the Attorney General's chambers, and other members of the government, as well as academia. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's participation in the sessions provided an opportunity to champion and advocate for the country's national climate change priorities in the deliberations. This call was made more urgent following October 28th when Hurricane Melissa made catastrophic landfall. devastating over half of the island and changing the lives of every Jamaican and the landscape of the country in the immediate future. Jamaica's mission at COP30 was not only for the country's positions to be included in the final outcomes of the sessions, but that the world would see that climate change demands that we change. Change in how we respect science, in how we build with resilience, and most importantly, how we finance the necessary activities needed to build resilience and to mitigate future disasters. Change, Madam Speaker, is certainly how we survive. Jamaica's key objective at COP30 was to secure operational, predictable finance for adaptation, resilience, and loss and damage, certainly including access modalities appropriate for SIDS. Anchor and defend the 1.5 degree limit with clear plans and milestones, while also pushing for quicker grant-based adaptation finance and simplified access procedures. With this goal in mind, Madam Speaker, several working meetings and bilateral engagements were undertaken with the following entities to further this target, including, but not limited to, the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, the Climate Investment Fund, the IDB, the Caribbean Development Bank, the Global Environment Facility, the NDC Partnership, the Green Climate Fund, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, otherwise known as the CDRI. Madam Speaker, I met with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and their team. For note, for colleagues, this fund is housed at the World Bank as per the COP decision of 2028 in Dubai. Of note, the FRLD has a current total of $250 million for disbursement in its first installment commencing December 15, 2025. And each country is able to access between 5 and 20 million with a maximum of 2 projects. Discussions were successful and concluded with the following expectations. An invitation has been extended to the FRLD Executive Director to visit Jamaica on a working mission, and notification was formally given of Jamaica's intent to submit 2 projects to the FRLD, one for budgetary support to government through programs, and the other through a direct access entity, which is likely to be JSIF. These projects would be for water and agriculture sectors. Madam Speaker, these meetings were highly successful. They have agreed to come on that working visit, and they have indicated in writing that they will be minded to support Jamaica's application for $20 million, which is the maximum allowable by country, from the fund, and we'll be submitting on December 15th. Madam Speaker, we further met with the Climate Investment Fund. These meetings discussed 2 particular modalities of access to financing, and they really were looking at what you would expect, including microgrids, power solutions for water systems, solar power generators, solar panels, and certainly increased water storage. The 2 modalities that the CIF have include the Clean Technology Fund, which offers clean technology for rapid solutions. The emphasis for Jamaica was on the energy for the water sector, and US $50 million has been made available by the CIF through the World Bank as a part of the World Bank's envelope at highly concessional rates. These to be announced shortly. The second modality discussed with the CIF included the PPCR project. Though previously complete in Jamaica, a request has already been dispatched for an extraordinary allocation of US $20 million to be allocated as grant funding. The intention is to complete the processes associated with this program to allow for disbursement before the end of the calendar year. The implementing partner for this project is the IDB, and the project will be managed locally by the PIOJ and will obviously include climate resilient projects in the agriculture and water sector, as the PPCR project would have been designed for and should be known to members on the other side as it would have started in 2014. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we would have engaged with the GEF, being the Global Environment Facility. We would have had a working meeting with Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, their CEO of the GEF, and from that meeting we have received confirmation of a grant
of an initial $3 million US, Madam Speaker, to assist small-scale farmers and the fisheries sector. This support is immediately available to the government, and we are finalizing submission for a further $6 million to be made available to the government within 6 months. Madam Speaker, I have already engaged my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, and will form a project working group to finalize the submission ahead of the December 2025 board meeting. This submission for the first $3 million will be around restarting the fisheries sector, certainly in Black River. Madam Speaker, we further engaged with the Caribbean Development Bank, and from that engagement, for technical assistance, we received a relief grant of $500,000 to help with the technical work that has to be done for engaging other climate finance agencies. We also would have engaged the NDC partnership. The NDCs, for those who are not familiar, refer to the Nationally Determined Contributions. It is a mechanism under the UNFCCC. Jamaica would have previously co-chaired with the UK government the NDC partnership. We would have received commitment for significant technical assistance through the NARA Prime Minister, and they will be assisting us with further submissions to the GCF and other funding bodies. The Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, which is primarily funded by the Indian government, has also committed significant technical support. This support will be in the NARA and will ensure that we have sufficient technical leads, meaning engineers, architects, etc., for the work that we'll be doing. And this will assist us with bilateral proposals, especially to the Indian government, who have already indicated their own support. Madam Speaker, this is to be noted that these funding mechanisms that have been outlined are separate from the GCF. The GCF, Madam Speaker, is the largest source or mechanism related to climate finance globally. Further discussions are continuing with the GCF. Of note, we have confirmed 2 working visits with GCF executives to finalize submissions to the board that analyzes GCF projects. Currently, we have passed the technical review stage for over $170 million of projects that are scheduled to go to the GCF board over the next 2 cycles, meaning the March board meeting and the June board meeting. We expect to complete that work through their 2 technical working meetings. Madam Speaker, the Jamaica delegation to COP30 successfully advanced discussions with key international partners, securing significant financial and technical support opportunities for climate resilience and post-Melissa recovery. The meetings resulted in potential commitments for additional grants, significant offers for concessional loans through the World Bank envelope, and technical assistance. The outcomes position Jamaica to attract, as you would have heard in the breakdown, additional financing, a financing mix of US $93.5 million. And to the opposition's point earlier, that is $23.5 million in grants and $20 million of drawdown from the Loss and Damage Fund, with $50 million being absorbed in the World Bank's. Yes, correct. And as I said, we have passed the technical review stage of over $170 million of grant financing review from the GCF, which we expect to go to the board in March and in June based on the respective projects. Madam Speaker, to provide greater oversight and to drive the process of accessing the funds mentioned, the government will be establishing a climate finance committee comprising members of the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, Ministry of Finance and Public Service, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, the PIOJ, and the Development Bank of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, Jamaica must continue to advocate in forums such as COP30, because the world must indeed keep the 1.5-degree target alive. Not as a slogan, but certainly as a lifeline. Because for us, it's not about politics or pledges. 30 seconds. It's about people, our farmers, our fishers, our children, and our right to a prosperous future. Thank you.
Is there anyone from the opposition responding? Response from St. Mary Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for his report on Jamaica's participation at COP30. Climate change is no abstraction for us. It is the lived experience of every Jamaican, especially after the catastrophic landfall of Hurricane Melissa, which devastated more than half of our island and destroyed years of development in a matter of hours. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge the Minister's efforts and the engagement held at COP30. But with the scale of destruction we face, the country needs clarity, not just contact. We need measurable outcomes, not only meetings, but we need a plan to ensure we can properly maximize the possibilities. COP30 was the adaptation COP, yet we have no updated national adaptation plan. The Minister reported extensive bilateral meetings, but I haven't heard a word about our national adaptation plan, which is the foundational instrument required under the global goal on adaptation. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's national adaptation plan is overdue. Without it, we cannot maximize access to loss and damage. We cannot justify adaptation finance, and we cannot coordinate reconstruction across ministries and municipal corporations. This must be tabled and debated as a matter of urgency. I quote the IMF's assessment of Jamaica's preparedness. Madam Speaker, in 2023, the IMF, in their Climate Public Investment Management Assessment, stated that progress has been made in the development of a comprehensive climate change policy framework and in planning for disasters financing. However, coordination across the central government and with municipal corporations is weak, with no institution positioned strategically to lead either adaptation or mitigation-related investments. This is not the opposition posturing. This is a direct quote from the IMF. It underscores, Madam Speaker, a structural weakness that the Minister's presentation does not address. And now that Jamaica has access to $6.7 billion in reconstruction financing, coordination is not optional. It is urgently required. Where's the national roadmap for climate resilient reconstruction? Madam Speaker, the minister referenced a proposed climate finance committee. This is welcome, but it is not sufficient. Jamaica needs a national roadmap for a phased move to climate resilient infrastructure, including 1. The identification of the lead institution responsible for climate resilient investment across government. 2. A prioritized and costed project pipeline of roads, bridges, schools, drains, coastal defenses, water systems, health facilities, and agriculture. And learning loss is one of the major consequences of climate change. 3. A financing and disbursement schedule aligned with the $6.7 billion envelope. 4. Transparent project appraisal criteria grounded in the 2023 climate change policy framework. And 5. Periodic reporting to Parliament on the progress and measurable resilience outcomes. The Minister may argue that these do not fall within his portfolio. I disagree. Every vulnerable institution falls within the portfolio, and it is the responsibility of the Minister to hold his colleagues accountable to ensure that climate considerations are taken into account every time a policy decision is made. Madam Speaker, without a roadmap, the country will rebuild vulnerable, and this House cannot allow that. The Minister reports that Jamaica intends to submit 2 projects to the Loss and Damage Fund. But Madam Speaker, the fund begins disbursement in 2 weeks. We need confirmation of the project concepts, the submission dates, expected timelines for approval, clear identification of the direct access entity. We cannot rebuild homes on intentions.
House Leader, the member's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, I actually remember giving 3 minutes to complete his presentation.
The question is that the member be allowed 3 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Go ahead, member.
Madam Speaker, the minister ended his speech by saying climate action is about people, or farmers, or fishers, or children. On this side, we're in full agreement. That is why we ask, how many schools will be climate-proofed this fiscal year? How many microgrids are we looking to install? How many water systems will become climate resilient? How many farmers will receive support and by when? Which communities will receive coastal protection? None of these details were outlined in the minister's presentation. Madam Speaker, we welcome Jamaica's participation at COP30. We cannot simply attend, though. Jamaica must benefit from COP. And I note the commitments coming out of, which amount to about 7% of the required resources to rebuild. With the largest reconstruction package in our history before us, we deserve a clear plan, clear timelines, clear leadership, and clear results. The opposition stands ready to work in the national interest to rebuild a safer, stronger, more resilient Jamaica. Not in talk, but in tangible outcomes felt by every Jamaican household. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any questions? Member from Port Royal East and a member from Westmoreland Central. I have not seen anyone else. Go ahead, member from Port Royal. East Kingston and Port
East
Royal.
Kingston and Port Royal. Minister, just 2 clarifications. I just want to be clear that you mentioned that $20 million will be available by the 31st of December under the PPCR project. This is definite, not the financial year, but the end of December. All right. Secondly, in relation to the institutional framework, we're still not too clear of the role of the Development Bank of Jamaica and the JCIF. And probably you could use this opportunity just to explain how they fit in to the matrix, and in that regard also to be specific about the role of the ministry as part of the implementation.
Next, member from Westmoreland Central. Turn your mic on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just one question, Minister. As it relates to the Clean Technology Fund, I notice this states that US $50 million has been made available by the CIF at DP concessional rates. It goes on to state that opportunities exist for Jamaica to obtain a portion of the funds as grants based on the exceptional circumstances of Hurricane Melissa. What I wanted to know is what portion can we obtain as a grant, and what do we need to capitalize on the opportunities to obtain such a grant?
Minister, may I proceed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for their comments and questions. The first one to be addressed is under the UNFCCC framework and the Paris Agreement. The NAP is not past due, as was suggested, which is the National Adaptation Plan. In fact, you had to submit your updated NDCs, which is your nationally determined contributions, in September, which Jamaica met its deadline before you could table your NAP or your LTS, which is your
long-term strategy for emissions reductions ahead of 2050. So Jamaica is actually on time and in line with its commitments. To note, in its first NDCs, Jamaica would have been 11th in the world to submit its NDCs. We have, I think we're third in the region this time around with our updated NDCs, and our NDCs in the region were the first to contemplate land use, were the first to contemplate carbon capture and blue carbon from your mangroves, and indeed your carbon capture capacity of the Pedro Keys, and yes, clearly speaks to your adaptation targets. But Madam Speaker, it's important for those watching both in the House and at home to understand that this was a statement about Jamaica's participation in COP and not a broader thesis on Jamaica's climate change realities, which I'm happy to give the member at the appropriate time. However, I think it's important that we note and be very clear, because these are international obligations. Jamaica will meet its SNAP timelines and obligations, but Jamaica's NAP, being its National Adaptation Plan, will be better informed than the rest of the developing world, because Jamaica has spent the time to develop what's called the JSTRAT, the Jamaica Systemic Risk Assessment Tool, where through a supercomputer, we've analyzed tens of thousands of data points and the entirety of Jamaica's broad-based infrastructure, in housing, the GPS grid, the water network, and we are designing our national adaptation plan based on a full analysis of all of our infrastructure weaknesses, of all of our sector realities, whether it is the agriculture or fisheries sector, whether it is our tourism sector. It will create the roadmap to adaptation targets. But let's be very clear. In our public investment appraisal process for infrastructure, Jamaica is the only country in the region that analyzes all investment through the climate lens. That happens now. That happens in the post-IMF era. That is just a reality. So we cannot suggest or accept any suggestion that we do not already contemplate climate risk in our national investment and in our queue of projects. Madam Speaker, Jamaica will complete its SNAP. Jamaica will complete its LTS strategy. But to note, the climate policy that Jamaica has already tabled in this House outlines, I believe, pretty clearly the role of the varying entities in managing climate change. One thing to note, and it would have come, and the member from East Kingston and Port Royal should recall, in the Standing Finance Committee earlier this year, we did discuss the establishment of a climate finance unit to be housed at the Ministry of Finance, and that is going through its process now, which we expect to be complete at the end of the year. I'm not sure about the disruptions to work because of Hurricane Melissa, but certainly is projected to be done this year. To note, the Climate Finance Committee is to ensure there is no slip while that institutional capacity is being built at the Ministry of Finance. Now, the climate work that we do is undertaken by a number of MDAs, and that is not unique to the climate change space. The ministry does have coordinating authority for the subject area, but as with national security, which has varying agencies that contribute to the security of the nation, you have customs and revenue protection and FID at finance, you have the JDF at OPM, you have varying entities right across government that contribute to your security. Similarly, you have varying entities that contribute to your development plans through the lens of climate adaptation. That is not unique to this particular portfolio. Now, to note, yes, for clarity, the PPCR drawdown is available to us before the end of December. Now, why it is available to us is that Jamaica would have completed its PPCR project, but has a framework in place, meaning the steering committee, the implementing agencies, the oversight capacity is already in place, and the IDB is our partner, implementing partner on the PPCR project. So it doesn't require reinventing or resubmission of the framework to be able to draw down on the funds. Now this is for resilience works that include water storage, water harvesting, climate smart agriculture, drip irrigation, those sorts of projects. So basically we'll be re-engaging the project and moving to assist those who have been impacted the most. As it relates to JSIF and DDJ's role, I think you have to differentiate between their role through the GCF lens relative to their role in terms of their national mandates. DDJ, JSIF and PIOJ are accredited entities of the GCF, meaning they're able to submit projects and receive funding and implement on the nation's behalf. In the context of the GCF, we expect the DDJ to house our Blue-Green Fund, which will then mobilize funds much faster to small-scale projects throughout the country. We expect JSIF to do your infrastructure integrated type projects, and we expect PIOJ to do your technical work in terms of overseeing the greening of the central bank, which, as you know, is complete, overseeing the ability to list green bond, the project that got the, sorry? Well, the new economy is green. And the management of the country will be green for a very long time, so nothing is wrong with that. But so that's the role in the context of the JSIF. But I think the mandates of DDJ generally are well understood. The mandates of PIOJ and JSIF are well understood. They have participation and membership on the Climate Advisory Board, so they're fully aware of where we're going and what the risks are and what it is we undertake. As it relates to the question from the member from Central Westmoreland, the CIF, CTF limits tend to be in the range of $10 million. Because this has been made available to us through an emergency response window, you wouldn't have had a project sitting, waiting in that space. What they have said to us is they've already made available the $50 million to the World Bank as a part of their envelope at deeply, deeply concessional rates, but there is route for Jamaica to submit a project in the range of $10 million that would be converted to grant financing as opposed to debt financing. I think that answers the questions, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of announcements and notice of motions orally.
Announcements? Oh, sorry, the question. Members, the question is that we recommit announcements and notices of motions given orally. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements?
Also laid on the table are the following. Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2025-2026, interim report dated 2nd of December 2025, and the annual report of the Office of the Public Defender for the year 2023. Thank you, Madam.
Notices of motions given orally? Silence.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-26 interim report as laid on the table of the House on the 2nd day of December 2025 be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take that motion.
Public business?
Madam Speaker, in public business, we will hear from the Minister of Finance as she tables the third supplemental estimates.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier.
Question is that both motions, the standing order be suspended to take both motions. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Yes, Minister, you may comments. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, before I table the before I refer the third supplementary and interim fiscal policy papers to the PAAC, I'd like to make some comments. Madam Speaker, Alan Gerhard, who was a meteorologist at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for 35 years and helped forecast some of America's largest weather-related disasters, including Hurricane Katrina and the 2011 tornado outbreak in the southeast of the US, said, "It is not hyperbole," meaning it's not exaggeration, to say that Western Jamaica experienced something near to the worst tropical cyclone or hurricane impacts our planet can produce. Madam Speaker, he did not say it was the worst the Atlantic Ocean can produce. He said it was the worst hurricane impact our planet can produce. So, Madam Speaker, to the people of Western Jamaica, from Hannibal to Westmoreland to St. Elizabeth to parts of Manchester to Trelawney to St. James, I say to the fellow Jamaicans there, we are so deeply sorry for what you and your communities have endured and the devastation you're facing. There are no words to properly capture what you have gone through. We are in awe of the resilience you're showing. Your strength is incredible. We stand with you and want you to know that this government is here to support you in rebuilding your homes, in rebuilding your churches, in rebuilding your schools and your roads and your access to electricity, water, telecommunications, and your communities. But most of all, This government is here to help you to rebuild your future. Thank you to the people of Jamaica, the diaspora, Friends of Jamaica, international partners, NGOs or CARICOM partners, countries of the world for the outpouring of support. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the World Bank and the IDB for their global rapid post-disaster damage estimation report. It chronicled every sector of the economy and gave us, in pretty rapid succession, the extent of the damage that we suffered. It also looked on a parish-by-parish basis, and we know now that St. Elizabeth, in terms of the damage, was the worst. 2.3 billion worth of damage. St. James was next at 1.8 billion, and Westmoreland at 1.4 billion. Value of residential damage, including content, total non-residential damage, including content, total infrastructure damage, total agricultural damage. That was what was included in that number. Of note, Madam Speaker, the damage assessment does not include the broader economic losses, which can be about the same or higher than the physical damage for infrastructure, residential, non-residential, and agriculture. So layered on top of that would be the economic loss in terms of business and other disruption of services. Madam Speaker, we can tally up the physical and economic damage. And by now, we have a pretty good handle on that. But Madam Speaker, the greatest unknown is the impact that the Hurricane Melissa has caused on the psyche, which is the soul, the mind, the spirit of Jamaicans who have lost their homes, their belongings, their communities, their churches, and their familiar way of life. In much the same way we are moving with haste to begin the reconstruction, we must include the mental well-being of our people in that process. Madam Speaker, that we are here sitting, and in my case standing, talking about the damage means we're alive to see this day. Not so. Several persons who were reported to have lost their lives. We grieve with those families and ask God's blessings on the families and friends as together we assist them to rebuild their lives and their dreams. Madam Speaker, this government's steadfastness in remaining true to fiscal prudence, despite the siren song of some who wanted profligacy and run with it budgets, or steadfastness has served us well. For 10 straight budgets, we have demonstrated a resolve through different ministers of finance and different administrations of over on this side. Jamaica must emerge from being always in need of a program to keep its finances on the straight and narrow. Madam Speaker, there was a particular chart that I had in my budget speech in February of this year, and it had to do with our framework for national natural disaster risk financing. And at the time I said, Madam Speaker, The commitment of this government is to continue strengthening our multi-layered national natural disaster risk financing and to fill in any gaps that we have. And at that time, in February of this year, I announced that by March of this year, we would add another instrument for an amount of Jamaican 6.5 billion to bring the total of what would be available to Jamaica to 130.6 billion at that time when I addressed the House in February of this year. And I also said, of course, how much we can access will depend on the severity of the disaster. Well, Madam Speaker, we know now how much was available and how much we were able to access. Madam Speaker, as I said then, that we're continuing to expand our disaster risk financing. Now I'm already speaking with our international partners, and I can report that our disaster financing with Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility was already reinstated, Madam Speaker, up to the US 91 million, and we are discussing increasing that coverage. Of note, Madam Speaker, CRIF, which is what we call them, will be launching a micro home insurance product through Guardian this month in Jamaica, designed for workers. This is the beginning of building a culture within our population of having insurance for their homes. The microinsurance market is developed and is cost effective. We will begin that journey with Jamaicans, and we will begin developing that culture. Madam Speaker, the World Bank and the IDB in their report said that Jamaica maintains one of the Caribbean's most advanced sovereign disaster risk financing system, including contingency funds, parametric insurance, and a US 150 million World Bank supported catastrophe bond intended to provide rapid post-disaster liquidity, which was triggered on November 7, 2025. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's resilience is often described as legendary, not because the country avoids natural disasters, but because of the remarkable speed, spirit, and consistency with which its people and economy recover from devastating shocks. This characterization stems from several key historical and cultural factors. Madam Speaker, the speed at which Jamaica has historically bounced back is a primary reason for this reputation. If you recall, Madam Speaker, Hurricane Gilbert in 1988, despite it being one of the most powerful and destructive storms ever at that time to hit the island, the tourism sector, for example, largely reopened within weeks or months, demonstrating an immense collective effort in cleanup and repair. Recall as well, Madam Speaker, the Herculean collective efforts during COVID 2020, 5 years ago, and how quickly we bounced back from Hurricane Beryl in July of last year. Within 2 quarters, our economy had begun to rebound. Our resilience, Madam Speaker, is also in the sectoral bounce back. In particular, our economy has shown an ability to activate the construction sector quickly after a storm, channeling rebuilding efforts into immediate economic activity that aids recovery. Additionally, Madam Speaker, in the agricultural sector, the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining has reported that farmers are back in the field already. Yes. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we only have to reflect that Jamaica's economy was surging before Hurricane Melissa. Yes, it was surging. It was surging. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, our popular phrase, "we little but we tallow," translates roughly to "we're small but we're strong." It encapsulates a cultural mindset of defiance, determination, and pride in overcoming adversity, whether economic hardship or natural disaster. Madam Speaker, at the economic and institutional level, Jamaica has built systems to manage disaster risks that reinforce this resilience. The government's continuous process of reviewing and improving disaster management plans and infrastructure standards show an institutional ability to adapt and learn from previous events, reinforcing long-term resilience. Madam Speaker, the legendary nature of Jamaica's resilience lies in the combination of the indomitable spirit of its people, strong community bonds, rapid physical recovery times, and proactive financial management strategies for managing risk. I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, that all of us will come back from this. We will rebuild together. Madam Speaker, the Bank of Jamaica recently reported that Jamaica's gross international reserves remain robust relative to the assessing reserve adequacy benchmark. At end of October 2025, the gross international reserves amounted to US $6.2 billion, which was US $487 million higher than the outturn at the end of October 2024. The central bank said that looking ahead, over the near term, gross reserves are likely to remain robust. Madam Speaker, I quote the Bank of Jamaica's report because this Hurricane Melissa has demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt why we must have strong foreign currency reserves. In periods of disaster, whether that disaster is external to Jamaica but has an impact on Jamaica or natural disaster, having strong foreign currency reserves gives us flexibility. We don't have to worry as to whether or not we can pay for medicines, building supplies, equipment, or anything else needed to quickly get Jamaica and its people and the businesses back up. Madam Speaker, the foreign currency reserves is like your rent money. You should not party with that rent money. And so my message today, Madam Speaker, is one of hope. We will rebuild homes, churches, schools, businesses, lives, livelihood, our telecom network, our electricity grids, hotels, roads, our produce, our vegetable crops, fishing villages, animal farms. Today, we construct temporary containerized homes because we must move fast to put those who are still without any place to go into a safe place with a roof over their heads. Some place for them to cook their own meals and some place for sanitary convenience. But even as we build temporary structures, we're planning the work to build permanent houses on lands that are not swamplands or vulnerable to slippage. Today, Madam Speaker, we give food packages and hot meals to those who've lost everything, but alongside that, we're helping to restore livelihoods and put persons in a position in which they can begin life anew. Today, Madam Speaker, we clear roads and replant the electric poles that have been scattered by Hurricane Melissa. Tomorrow, we build highways that are climate resilient, promote efficient connectivity, and have underground conduits for electricity, grid, and telecommunications network. And so, Madam Speaker, in my message of hope, I say to Jamaicans, especially in the West, never will we leave you, never will we forsake you. Madam Speaker, today I bring the third supplementary to Parliament to reflect the recovery, reconstruction, and resilience building that must happen, as well as the normal business to which we must attend. The good order of government dictates that the Planning Institute gives its estimate of GDP growth, and the Bank of Jamaica also gives its outlook for inflation, net international reserves, the balance of payment, the status of the financial sector. This information then becomes the basis for the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to project the Hurricane Melissa impact on tax revenues, impact on expenditure, debt to GDP ratio, and fiscal balance among the important variables. This information then goes to the Independent Fiscal Commission that verifies that the impact of the hurricane on the economy is at least 1.5% of GDP, because that is the law that guides suspension of the fiscal rules. We have that report from the Independent Fiscal Commission entitled Validation of Fiscal Impact of Hurricane Melissa for the Suspension of Fiscal Rules, fiscal year 2025-26. It states that based on the information provided by the Planning Institute of Jamaica and the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the fiscal impact is estimated at 5.3% of GDP over the period fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2029-30. Let me read that again. The fiscal impact is estimated at 5.3% of GDP over the period fiscal year 2025-26 to fiscal year 2029-30, well above the legislative threshold of 1.5% to trigger suspension of the fiscal rules. As such, the order which we will take today, subject to affirmative resolution, will permit the fiscal rules to be temporarily suspended for at least an initial period of 1 year. This is how the law states it. If it warrants an extension, then the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service will present the case. Madam Speaker, our international partners have rallied to our support with a major package of financing and grants. Of that amount, US $2.4 billion is targeted at the private sector for major projects. We thank our international partners. The swift coming together was only possible because of the confidence they have in the economy and the government of Jamaica. This is a huge vote of confidence, Madam Speaker. And we will use the funding for growth-inducing capital expenditure, the kind that ensures we get productivity. I know that Minister Samuda is ready for that water and sewage distribution system to accommodate massive tourism growth, increase in the quantity of reliable water to Jamaican households and our agricultural sector. I'm sure all of us who have traveled to Western Jamaica noted that the highways have stood up, and Prime Minister is ready to continue creating our resilient road network and digital infrastructure with access to affordable broadband so that our schools and our schools can be fully equipped. In all of this, Madam Speaker, there are lessons for disaster risk financing and stable macroeconomic policy framework. And the main lesson for disaster risk financing is to plan in advance by using a combination of pre-arranged funding tools and risk transfer mechanisms like insurance to respond more quickly and predictably to disaster. It also teaches that a single instrument is insufficient and that strategies must be layered to cover different risks and response timeliness. Madam Speaker, embracing stable macroeconomic and fiscal discipline is a culture and a discipline that we will continue to build because it provides the cushion for disasters such as this, in which our real GDP is currently projected to decline by 4.3% for fiscal year 2025-26, compared to the growth forecast of 2.2% presented in the annual fiscal policy paper in February 2025. Over the medium term, Madam Speaker, real GDP growth is expected to average in the range of positive 1 to 2% as the economy recovers from the contraction projected for this current fiscal year. We also expect inflation to stabilize within the target range of 4 to 6%. In the external sector, the current account as a percent of GDP is projected to remain in surplus, averaging about 0.7% over the 3 years following fiscal year 2025-26. Madam Speaker, our debt to GDP, which is a number that I know many Jamaicans know and follow. Our debt to GDP is projected to increase to 68.2% by the end of this fiscal year. So I want to say, I know that there are some persons who call themselves economists or analysts who jumped out with a projection of the debt to GDP. Those projections were way off the mark, and they do not resemble anything that looks like Jamaica. Madam Speaker, if you recall, we ended fiscal year 2024-25 at 62.4% debt to GDP and was on a path to be at 60% by the end of this fiscal year, which is 2 years earlier than planned. In the medium term, starting with fiscal year 2026-27, we project that the debt to GDP ratio will begin again to decline, and we're expecting to see that at 66.1% and then to 63.8%, followed by 63.4% in fiscal year 2028-29, and settling out at 64.2% by fiscal year 2029-30. 64.2%. So, Madam Speaker, with the announcement yesterday from our international partners, as you heard the Prime Minister say, a virtual meeting this morning, in which they heard from the Prime Minister and other conversations that we've been having. In time, we will get the specifics of those facilities. And I want to point out, because I'm sure there's a temptation, or I shouldn't say the temptation, I'm sure that those who are not familiar with how you calculate debt to GDP, they're just gonna take the $6.7 billion and convert it and said, wow, this goes on top of the debt stock. But that's not so. With our international partners, there is the period of deciding when you take on these loans. It's not the same as going to the international markets where if you go for $500 million, you get $500 million and you have to put it on your balance sheet. It's a different process with the international partners. So we will be able to manage our debt to GDP. Yes. Exactly, Prime Minister. Manage it. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, for those who are speculating about what funds we have received thus far, we've been utilizing most of our own funding, as well as what we received for insurance proceeds. And I'd like to say, as we go forward, we will obviously increase the granularity of what we report on, but I can say that I can report that all in-kind supplies that were consigned to ODPEM will be accounted for. You heard Prime Minister talk earlier about the system that is becoming available there. At our seaport and airports, all of the in-kind that passes there for individuals, companies, charities that come through customs will be accounted for already. I have a report from customs that shows me the value, how many persons or how many, what was the input through the customs system. Individuals who bring suitcases or of supplies for families and friends via their checked or unchecked baggage on flights, obviously, that's not going to be accounted for by the government. Cash and kind sent to the opposition, families and friends, obviously is not going to be accounted for by the government. So if anybody wants to know how much the opposition has received, this is a question that will be put to the leader of the opposition and the shadow spokesperson on finance. We are also aware, Madam Speaker, that there are many entities. There are many entities that launched various platforms to bring in funds to help victims. There was no requirement for those private entities to pool their funds with those that came into government. We applaud the private entities, but those are not funds for which the government can account. Madam Speaker, turning now to the third supplementary. In addition to the normal running of government for which additional amounts are provided, in the third supplementary, Madam Speaker, is Hurricane Melissa response and relief, $29.3 billion or 142 million US dollars. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development will receive the largest share at $7.2 billion for road infrastructure and procurement of 3,300 containerized folding units of housing. The Ministry of Local Government and Community Development has been allocated $4.6 billion to help with post-hurricane relief efforts, fund the National Solid Waste pre- and post-hurricane cleanup, and it has gotten some support as well to the municipal corporations in that allocation. The Ministry of Tourism will receive $3.4 billion to support recovery of the tourism sector. As you know, many workers have been let go, is that a good word, Minister? The Ministry of Water, Environment, Climate Change has been allocated $3.2 billion to continue the restoration work of water and sewage network. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining will also be allocated $3 billion for relief and recovery within the agriculture and fisheries sector. And the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, $1.5 billion. Lots of repairs to government buildings and other critical infrastructure. Alongside those minister-induced spending is the government's own spending to keep government going. But Madam Speaker, that's the power of preparedness and fiscal discipline. In the face of nature's power, we are reminded of our vulnerability, but also the incredible strength of the Jamaican people. We thank those who rallied by our side, or the diaspora, Caribbean brethren, the international financial community, the government and people of the many countries who did not wait for an invitation to help. They saw the catastrophe and rallied to bring whatever assistance they could. By standing together, supporting each other, and working as one, we can face any crisis with courage and rebuild our lives and our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Responding will be the member from St. Andrew Southeastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, could you circulate a copy of your presentation for us? It's easier to follow if we have a hard copy. My first question, when would you provide and table in the House the report from the Independent Fiscal Commission, which it was tabled? They have provided a report. It's normally sent directly to the Parliament and then tabled here, which would affirm the suspension of the fiscal rules. So it has been sent to the House, because that information is important for certainly the PAAC and for us as an independent body to assess the information in the supplementary budget. All right, well, you can, when you respond, you can give me that detail. Okay, so so I'm asking for that to be tabled. You went into the debt to the GDP projections for the next 4 to 5 years. Were these projections done prior to the announcement of the package of $6.7 billion US dollars? And if so, will you have to revise these based on the details of the loan grants, etc., which will be worked out? Can you indicate to the House when you'll be able to come back to the House to give us details of the $6.7 billion US dollar program, which was announced by the IFIs yesterday? Because it is difficult to have an informed discussion about the debts without knowing those details, without knowing whether there are moratoria on the loans, or what the repayment periods are, etc. So if you can give me a time frame for that. And you mentioned growth-inducing capital expenditure. What is the government going to do differently now from what it has done over the last 4 to 5 fiscal years, where we have underspent our capital budget by significant amounts? We have had to reallocate the capital budget for recurrent expenditure and many other different things. So what is going to be different in this environment so that we can actually spend the very limited capital budget, which generally is only about, from central government, 5% of the overall budget, and if you add the public bodies, another 5%. So it would be important to understand what we will be doing differently to ensure that we spend the money so that we can achieve the economic growth that you project. You mentioned that the Independent Fiscal Commission projected a 5.3% GDP fall. Is that for this year only? And what is the projection for the next 3 or 4 fiscal years. Again, that's why it's important for us to have sight of that report from the Independent Fiscal Commission. And we recognize that this budget, the supplementary, is, given the circumstances, not the normal run-of-the-mill supplementary. And as such, for us to be able to properly analyze it, we would need all that data, and certainly PAAC, which is meeting tomorrow, would benefit from that information for that informed analysis. Thank you.
And next, the opposition leader, and after that, the member from Portland Eastern. And then
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My understanding is that this is a motion.
stand. Yeah, it is.
And we're
It
debating a
is.
motion.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Minister, it really would have been helpful if you had circulated a copy of your presentation to us, because there is a lot of detail and important information in it, and it's much easier to follow and respond to that if we have it in writing. So I'm hoping that that will be done. Minister, first of all, when we're discussing the disaster risk financing framework, I think it's important to recognize the work of others who helped to put that in place. In particular, I want to acknowledge the work, the seminal work that was done by then Minister of Finance, Dr. Omar Davies, in the development of the CRIF as a Caribbean model, a regional model of parametric insurance, which has, I said, we have been able to benefit on this occasion by some over 90 million US dollars. So I think it's important, and I want to put that on the record of the House, because sometimes those contributions tend to be overlooked. Madam Speaker, we have a fiscal policy paper here, which I look forward to reading, but just on a quick glance at the content of it in relation to the public debt stock, clearly it was prepared in advance of what was announced yesterday by the multilaterals and that very large financing package which Jamaica is being offered of 6.7 billion US dollars. The projections in the fiscal policy paper, therefore, I assume are predicated on the state of things which existed before that financing became available. And so I join and endorse what the shadow spokesman for finance has said as to the need to see updated projections around those debt to GDP numbers, and indeed our growth numbers, given the additional resources that will be taken on board to finance the recovery. Madam Speaker, you haven't mentioned anything about amending the Financial Administration and Audit Act so as to push back the target date for the debt to GDP ratio to be achieved. The projections you have here indicate that it will not be achieved by the target date of 2028 March, which we understand. But suspending the fiscal rule is one thing, and moving the target date for achieving the desired ceiling on debt is another thing. So you need to tell us when you plan to deal with that. Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that the report that the PIOJ and the Fiscal Commissioner, I believe it is, has prepared, which is a basis for the order that you are seeking to bring here for approval to suspend the fiscal rules, be made available to us so that we can understand the background of this request. Obviously, we're aware in general terms of the background because we are fully aware of the mayhem caused. But it would be good to see the technical analysis and the supporting analysis that has taken place by those persons entrusted by our law for the recommendation that the necessary parameters have been met to justify a suspension of the fiscal rules. And I hope in the interest of transparency and good governance that we will see those documents. Madam Speaker, as I have indicated earlier, we are going into a new era where Jamaica has this massive recovery to finance and is taking on a huge financing package to do this. That financing package is largely debt financing, preponderantly so. The Prime Minister indicated that there are shovel-ready projects, or at least approved projects in the pipeline that private sector investors can get behind, and that will be supported by the bodies, the private sector financing bodies that are affiliated with the World Bank and I think the IDB. And that's fine, but the actual investors who are going to take the risk of making those investments have to be identified. And that is why I'm saying that 2.4 billion is not assured. And we want to hear more about what projects and what investors are going to be coming to the table to undertake those projects and make sure that that component of the 6.7 billion is in fact real. So, Madam Speaker, there's a lot that remains to be explained to us. We don't know any of the terms of this proposed borrowing, the interest rates, the tenures of the loans, any moratoria on interest and principal. From the numbers that were tabled today in the supplementary budget, I can see that certain interest expenses are not going to be incurred. So I assume that means that those multilateral lenders have agreed to suspend the obligation to pay during this period. I'd like to know for how long that suspension is going to last. I don't think that Jamaica has natural disaster clauses in any of our borrowings. I'm not aware of that. That has been pioneered by Barbados in their bond offerings, and I believe Grenada also took advantage of that. That where an event of a calamity of this nature caused by some natural disaster takes place, there's a period of suspension of debt payments for the duration of the effect of the disaster on an objective basis. And of course, that releases significant cash flow to help fund the country through that period. I don't think we have that formally in our certainly in our bond documentation. I don't know whether there are any public sector borrowings from multilaterals that have it, but even if there aren't, from what I'm seeing in the supplementary estimates, the multilaterals have agreed to suspend some of their payments because we're seeing savings on interest payments in the supplementary budget from the multilaterals. Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about that as well. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to more information on this proposed order to suspend the fiscal rules in the interest of transparency and good governance. Thank you.
Before you is the member from Portland Eastern, and then the member from East and Port Royal, Kingston, East and Port Royal. Go ahead, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I would like to ask what would have informed you in relation to your decision for the importation of container homes, which are not yet here, and spending or foreign exchange to do so? And was there a comparison? Was there a comparison between whether or not it would be more feasible to actually build starter homes using concrete that would certainly stand up to a Category 5? That's the first question that I'm asking. The next question, the next question I'm asking. Oh, I know, but I'm asking that I would like you to answer that question though, in terms of helping me. The next thing I'd like to know, if it is that, as you would have said, that there is a projection of 68% for the debt to GDP. How is it consolidated where Melissa is said to have wiped out 41% of our GDP? How can you consolidate that? And the next thing that I would like to know in terms of a contribution to what you're doing, there was a mention last week in relation to the use of a loan to JPS. Minister, is there a decision on your part in the event that JPS is unable to come up with the remainder, if the government is prepared to lend JPS the entire amount so as to ensure that we're not at a loss? And that I'm asking you, Minister, to just give me some clarity on that. Thank you.
Members, the new members, so this section is a debate on a motion. And nothing is wrong if you ask questions as well. But it's not quite question time, so at this session you have a little bit more time if you have also come prepared to debate on the motion. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, in relation to today's tabling of the third supplementary estimates and the acknowledgement that we really don't have a complete picture in regard to the announcements made earlier by the Prime Minister, is it reasonable for us to proceed with this debate for the third supplementary estimates? And we quite likely to return very soon when the picture is far more comprehensive to have a fourth supplementary estimates. That's one point. The second point is that as we relax the fiscal rules, one of the institutional framework that we use to enable greater discipline in how we were able to manage the process to now was the establishment of EPOC, which was the body that enabled the government to keep on track. Is there any contemplation of such a body to be re-established as we now move back into a higher level of debt to GDP? And thirdly, in relation to the JPSCO loan, last week we weren't able to get details on the specifics of the loan, such as what interest rate is being charged, and very importantly, in the event of a conversion, what value of the assets has been determined. And I know the member from East Portland has already asked a question as to where the balance will come from, because the minister last week did indicate that the JPSO cannot go on the market to raise $1. And if in fact the amount of money is indeed 350 million, I gather that has been lowered by 50, so if we are saying 300 million, where is that balance of 150 or so to come from to enable the JPSCO to have full restoration of all of the country by the February deadline, as the minister had indicated? We didn't get any details last week. Has that loan been formally signed? And if so, if you could reveal the terms. Right, and of course, which is a government entity that is going to be responsible for administering the loan, passing the money, and to account for it to this parliament.
Member from Westmoreland Eastern, you're next.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, earlier you said that the damage is greatest in St. Elizabeth in relation to the monetary value. And I'm not debating that, because I suspect that is based on the assets that they had before and the damage to that asset that will give them. What I wanted to know was more about the number of persons that were damaged, because the fact that Westmoreland had a greater number of board houses will put a greater number of individuals being displaced, and the value of the board house will be cheaper than the more permanent structure. So it's easy to get a figure that suggests that the damage is greater in that parish. However, the impact may be greater, or from what I'm seeing, is greater in Westmoreland. And some, like St. James, would have hotels and those other things that clearly are more valuable, and therefore it's easy to see how they would have a higher cost. So the number of houses damaged, and that leads me into the point about the number of container homes that are being ordered. I think the Prime Minister had said 5,000 in an earlier presentation, either here or elsewhere. 5,000 for the container homes. But what is reflected here is 3,300. So, right. So my issue is that the assessments that are being done to determine how many persons have been affected, whether or not we have current numbers on that, because from Eastern Westmoreland alone, our estimate is that we have more than 5,000 houses that are totally destroyed, not damaged, totally destroyed. So the budgetary allocations that we are making, if we are making allocation for 3,300 containers, there has to be another allocation then that is looking at some other temporary solution to get these persons the dignity of having shelter over their heads. Because some of these persons are currently in some of the shelters and need to vacate so that we can get on with school. Because then we have a different complication of the learning loss that is going to take place if students don't have access to the schools. And you have persons who cannot benefit from a container home because he cannot get to the location because of the terrain. So the container home is going to require that you have to use a crane to take it there and to stand it up. If the crane can't gain access to where their piece of land is, their plot of land, then they wouldn't be able to benefit from that. So there has to be a different solution to give them a temporary solution, which needs to be budgeted for, which I'm not seeing here currently. So I'm just saying that I think we need to get more up-to-date numbers so we can get what the true dislocation is of the persons in those 6 parishes, and then we can make adequate provision for temporary shelter for them, because it is a pressing issue.
Next is the member from St. Andrews Southwest. For you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, I wanted to follow on from where the member from Westmoreland Eastern was talking, the last point made. I was intrigued by the metric you used to value the damage. And I was thinking that if we look at the total damage, what metric are we using? All the metrics that we can? For example, what is the value of a board house versus a concrete house? What's the value of any house totally destroyed? How do we value that? What is the value we put to the trauma of the number of individuals in a parish, which would then be subject to more people, a higher level of trauma? How is that valued, and how is it compared? What is the value of lives lost? There are some parishes, some constituencies where more persons have died than other places. How do we value those? Yeah? And I guess by now you realize that what I'm saying is that there are different ways of valuing it. All of them valid. All of them valid. And all of them would probably therefore have a different ranking of priority depending on what we use. So I want us to be very clear on that, and to make sure that as we seek to rank these constituencies, these areas, that we take all of this into account. So that's one. I was also thinking Madam Speaker, to you, Minister, that as we move to use the fiscal space that is being created and to spend the financial resources that we are looking at now, whether it is for relief, for recovery, for reconstruction, that it is important that all Jamaica having made the sacrifice, the space now being created, that the benefits accrue to all Jamaicans. And I know that the Prime Minister, and maybe you yourself, Minister, might get a little touchy when I speak about all Jamaicans, because again, I want to talk about the importance of not being partisan. Yeah? No, it is. And believe you me, I'm going to talk about it every day until I believe that we have gone beyond that. And what I wanted to suggest as one of the ways of moving there is some form of self-reporting. There are more forms of self-reporting so that houses, families who are in remote areas that might not come on the radar, yes, have an opportunity to self-report that here we are here. Individuals in communities who have been missed have an opportunity to say, hey, you came and you missed me. Individuals who are in their communities saw their neighbors being interviewed and assessed and what have you while they were good. So I believe that we need to make that known. I know that I think we need to make that known, more widely known. And I think we also need to make sure that it can be done through many ways, yeah? Because we know what connectivity looks like in some places, yeah? That if you're going to rely on that solely, it might be difficult. But I think it's going to be important to make sure that no one is missed. And it is something really very dear to my heart. I say to individuals when I'm in campaign, I am going to talk on behalf of the PNP. I am going to fight for the PNP, but I am a Jamaican first. You nor anybody get to claim their Jamaicanness over my Jamaicanness. And I just want to make that clear. Yeah, I just want to make that very clear. Minister, as you were speaking, you spoke about the infrastructure improvement and so on. And you said that for some of these, that how the benefit will accrue to the tourism sector. I am hoping that Mr. Speaker, I wanted, Minister, to ensure that the reconstruction that we're doing of our infrastructure is really not just about our tourists. It is as about them as it is about Jamaicans. So, for example, in all that we're doing, I'm hoping that the sewage system in Greenwich Town, for example, will finally be space to make sure that it is done. That there will, yes. No, because we are supposed to be building better and, yes? No, so I'm raising it because in 2025, Minister, I'm sure Minister has been to Greenwich Primary and knows the problem of sewage there and the smell in school. And the smell in school every day. And so as we build better, I am hoping that there is a little space for those issues we have ignored and those issues we have not been able to address, but where the fiscal space might very well allow those to be done. Thank you.
I want to remind members that it's just open the issue as it relates to the supplementary estimate not closing yet. She's coming back here with the issue. So we don't have to, look here. We don't, look here. No. No. This is the introduction of the supplementary estimate. It doesn't mean that every member has to speak on it. It's going, she asked for it to go to the PAAC tomorrow. That's all she asked for. The debate is not yet open. When we come back, we can speak. Madam Minister, can you just respond that we can move on? I take the member from Southeast St. Anne.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Minister, Minister, there is a frustration among. I am the voice of the people, and so yes, from me, because that's what they are feeling. And that frustration, Minister, relates to in a constituency like mine, and many of the rural ones that were not as affected. They want the opportunity to get back to work. They want the opportunity to be productive again. And they're not getting the opportunity to do so. So in constituencies like mine, we are still less than 60% in terms of the return, the restoration of electricity. So the productivity and the standing up which we're talking about, we're not quite allowing those who can to do so. So when I speak of that frustration, it's because some of those industries, agriculture, which you spoke about quite eloquently, tourism, which you also touched on, these are the sectors in which they work. But they're not being supported to continue, even though where they live is not as affected as some of the other areas. And so I want us to give consideration to that, because there's a mental health, a psychological toll which this is taking. And which, as we talk about the effect, we should not only look at the 5 or 6 western parishes, but we need to look more broadly, because the effects are far-reaching. In the supplementary estimate, in the fiscal paper rather, mention is made of the claims by some of the private partnerships, the public-private partnerships, including NMIA and SIA, arising out of the COVID pandemic.
Member.
So the question I want to ask whether...
May I remind you that the debate is not yet open. She just introduced the stuff here. Look here.
The question I want to ask the Minister, the Speaker. No man, the question, Minister, relates to the claims that have been made. If you could provide some specifics as to the claims that have been made by these, as part of these public-private partnerships, namely the Sangster and the Norman Manley International Airports. Those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. we would understand that. But
Member, no, you can speak for the 45 minutes or 30 minutes now, but you know you don't have the chance to speak when you come back to close. You do it right now. You have the time then.
no such thing. Yeah. So I want to know how you going to stop me from speaking when I'm the one tabling the PAAC report.
If you attempt to do it,
so you can't stop that.
no, I'll ask you to name you. So don't go there.
On the referral of these third supplementary estimates and the fiscal policy. It is an interesting coincidence that the subject I want to speak on is the same one that I was giving notice to ask questions earlier today, which was frustrating. Not the actual questions, just the notice I was giving. And I was prevented from giving notice. However, it is serendipitous that I have this opportunity to treat with some of those same issues. Because I've noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the amounts coming from the bauxite levy in each mentioned both in the fiscal policy paper and in the supplementary estimates have been continued dwindling over time. In fact, for 1 quarter there was zero collected in that. And when you look at the impact of Hurricane Melissa on a constituency like South Manchester, there is a high overlap with the houses damaged and the communities that have endured bauxite mining for decades. In fact, when you go to the poverty mapping that's available from Statin, you will see again there is a high correlation between those communities that have endured bauxite mining for decades and damage from Hurricane Melissa and the highest poverty rates in the parish. So this is why I found it important to be tabling some questions today about the impact of bauxite mining on southern Manchester, because this is an urgent matter for my constituents. Since I've been here this afternoon in Parliament, I've received messages from residents in St. Toulis who are trying to get an understanding from Jamaica, who are scheduled to start mining there tomorrow. What is the arrangements in terms of the common agreements, dust mitigation, compensation, resettlement, etc. And because there is none, the company says they're just moving ahead. Which is why it was so urgent for me to table some questions that the minister, I'm sure, would have answered earlier than the 21 days that the notice that I gave, because it can be done by agreement under the standing orders. The sector, Minister, we have to continue to monitor very closely, because their contribution to the fiscal is diminishing, and the environmental liabilities and the decimation of communities are going in the other direction. Those liabilities are rising, and we need in this parliament to facilitate real debate of the net contribution of these sectors and how, even as we plan for life after bauxite, but in the interim, how we regulate their impact on the negative impact in particular on our community. nature of the questions that I gave notice of today, properly gave notice of, and that this Parliament refused to allow. And the residents of South Manchester will remember this. And I am sure all other residents who send us here to represent them and be the voice for the voiceless will be watching and making note of what happened here today. Thank you.
Speaker, just for completeness on a point of order, I believe that the member's assertion that he properly gave notice for the question is false and is misleading the House. He now says he was not allowed to give notice. Both can't be true. So I have to record that the member did not properly give notice. That is all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You are correct. Minister.
All right, members, thank you for your many questions. The first one, as it relates to the Independent Fiscal Council, I think the question was the negative 5.3% over the period. That's a cumulative number. For that, the intermediate, right, the medium term, it was set up. Right, it was set out. Fiscal year 2025 out to 26 is like the next 4 years, yep, 4 or 5 years. Okay. I don't want to do the wrong thing. But sorry, I'll find it and come back to you. Number of years. All right. And your next question had to do with tabling of the report, right? So I messaged the commissioner, and in terms of whether or not he was tabled in Parliament, and he said no. He wouldn't send it to Parliament. The law only requires him to send it to me and upon my request, which he has done. But I am prepared to bring to Parliament. I will make sure. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah. Or in terms of the debt to GDP, that was calculated prior to the announcement. However, within that, there is some of that financing in the current debt to GDP. Alright, there's some of it. And remember, as I explained earlier on, just because you hear 6.7 billion, it does not mean that that is going to come onto the books of the government in one fell swoop, right? Right. So the projects associated with that have to be determined over time, and as you draw down, it will come onto the government's books. So you have control over it. It's not, like I said, it's not like going to the international markets to raise 500 million, and the day you go is the day you get it, is the day going to the books of the government. In a reasonable time, I will. What are some of the growth inducing? Well, that is why the Prime Minister created the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, it's going to be created with powers to move faster so that we get some of the work done. You asked for a question in terms of CRIF. Well, not a question, you made a statement, and we acknowledge that CRIF started Right, so as I said again, we will table the report from the Independent Fiscal Council. I'll also add what we got from the PIOJ so that you have a full sense of what those two entities were saying.
On a point of clarification, as I understand it, we're debating a motion. And I believe that motion is to approve an order, a ministerial order. Is that correct? The order suspending the fiscal rule. Is that what we're debating? No, what are we doing? What motion are we debating?
Yeah, so just for clarity, the order that we are debating is to table the supplementary. Clearly, it will be referred to PAAC, right? But that is the motion that was is just for the referral, the table which has to be referred, and also the fiscal policy paper, right? For both of them. So those two motions have been fiscal policy paper and the supplementary estimates. We have not yet moved the motion in relation to the suspension of the fiscal rules. But that is the intention to do it today. It's done by affirmative resolution by law. Yes. Well, so that's why we haven't done it as yet. I just allow the minister to finish.
Alright, so that answers your question about the suspension. What would have informed the number of containerized homes? I know Minister Montague has been tasked with looking at different housing solutions. I would not want to answer that question, but I know that he has done a lot of work, spoken to a lot of different persons around that, and I am sure he will speak in due time, in due course, about this solution and how they will be distributed. I think the member from Portland asked about projection of 68% for debt to GDP. How do I compare that to the 41% wipeout of GDP? The 41%, member, is a measure of the damage relative to your GDP. It doesn't mean 41% of your GDP is wiped out, right? It's measurement versus the GDP for 2024. I gave you what our projection is for this fiscal year in which we are, and going into the next fiscal year, we're expecting the growth in GDP to resume. So I know there are some persons out there who made the mistake of just taking the 41%, piling it on top of the debt to GDP currently and said, oh my God, the world is falling. But that's not how it's done. That just tells me that there is a lack of understanding about the fiscal numbers, about how you calculate debt to GDP, what do you include and what do you not. So there is some work to be done there to help persons to understand that figure. The question about the loan to JPS, is the government prepared to lend the entire amount? I think that was your question. So the loan to JPS is $150 million so that they could accelerate the pace at which Jamaicans get their lights back, at which businesses get their light back. Madam Speaker, already I could say to you, you don't don't have to worry that the government is going to lend the entire amount, right? Already, our international partners have indicated that within that package that's announced, there is about 450 million for JPS. And what that will do is allow for our loan of 150 million to be repaid back to us, so we get back the liquidity. It didn't happen last Tuesday. It's happened after that. There's a question, is it reasonable to proceed with the supplementary? Yes, the business of government must go on. We have to approve the spend for Melissa, right? The post-hurricane cleanup, reconstruction, that has to happen. The business of government must go on. EPOC, the question about EPOC, EPOC, Economic Program Oversight Committee. That committee sits within the Independent Fiscal Commission. It sits within there. It still has some of the same people on it. And I'm sure in time you will hear from them as well. JPS loan, you had a lot of more questions on that. In terms of the interest rate, it's reasonable interest rate for them, yes. I think it was about 5.5%. So it was a very, very reasonable loan. It was because of the purpose for which it was lent, to accelerate the reconstruction, to make sure people in Western Jamaica get back their electricity. And then the other questions in terms of the value, government, what do we do, Cylinder? GOJ, Ministry of Finance. Yeah. So the question about the value of the assets, we don't have to answer that one. I just told you how the loan is going to be repaid. Right, and it's the Ministry of Finance. Has the loan been formally signed? I think they're in the finishing phase of that. Westmoreland Eastern, the rapid damage assessment. What's that again? Oh yeah, about the quality of houses and so on. Remember, this is just a rapid damage assessment, as it says, to give the government a sense of what's the magnitude of the damage. It was done by the World Bank in conjunction with IADB. The report is available online. You can look at it, lots of figures in there. You can take a look at lots of charts and so on. But I'm sure as we go along, a further assessment will be done. And so it's not necessary to really critique that report. It happened within a very short period of time, using drone technology, using all the whiz-bang tools at our disposal now for this rapid assessment of damage. And so we want to thank the World Bank and the IDB for just jumping in and doing that. It has given us the direction in which we can move and move with alacrity to get restoration going again. What metric to value? Never point of order, member?
Yes, I think there's a misunderstanding of the point that was made. I was not criticizing the assessment that was done by the World Bank. To the contrary, I was saying that that may be so based on the assets that are present in the different branch before the home. Therefore, they are more valuable based on how the structures that were present in St. Elizabeth versus Westmore. And I was saying the impact of it. So you might have a greater dollar value to St. Elizabeth, but I was saying the impact of it. And if you look at JPS, when you look at JPS report as to the number of customers without electricity, 93% of Westmoreland, which is the highest in the country. And I was saying that in Eastern Westmoreland, 5,000 houses are totally flat. So it is in that context that I was making the point. It wasn't a critique of the word.
The member asked about the metric to value the damage. And remember, this is just the physical damage. If you recall, in my opening, I referred to the damage that was done to the psyche, the spirit of Jamaicans, that you can't measure that. We know that it has happened, and we know that we have to deal with that as well in terms of the mental health wellness of our population that has gone through just the hardship associated with that hurricane. So, Madam Speaker, or yes, Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motions be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, could you please say when PAAC will meet to consider third supplementary estimate?
Madam Speaker, the PAAC will meet tomorrow to consider the third supplementary estimates. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we do have a few more items of business. I would like to now move to resume and conclude the debate on the Criminal Record Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Act, and then we have one more matter that we will treat with after that, after we conclude the debate.
Member from Portland, Eastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I first wish to applaud you for even any consideration to such an amendment. It is one that is welcome, I'm sure, from the population and from certain members that sit in this house who is inundated with requests for a second opportunity at a normal life. I wish to say, however, in terms of my contribution, that when it comes to crime in this country, we do know that there is mala prohibita, crimes by prohibition, and mala non se, which is the crimes of moral turpitude or serious crimes that sometimes when we think of crime, what we find is we just lump everybody together, and then there's a stigma that is attached to it that prevents many persons the opportunity to have gainful employment, especially in the security industry. Persons would have moved on with their lives from even minor crimes. And what you find is the request for police record and the employment usually cease at that moment. Now, I raise the fact that I note that many of the sections, starting with the First Amendment, 33A2, which is empowering increasing the time, and we can lump them seriatim, deal with them in turn. I would say that I would have no objection to an increase, but to ask you, Minister, if there is any consideration as to appreciating that the threshold, the rehabilitation time I'm submitting to you is a little bit excessive. Equally, I would say at this point in time that when one looks at the capping, moving the period from 5 years to 10 years and capping it at 10 years, I would ask what informs the decision to stop at 10 years. And I would use, I have support in saying that certainly in England, and if we are to say that citizens in the UK, if they breathe the same air as us here in the Caribbean, then there must be a consideration of restoration of the life of a person who would have committed a crime after the rehabilitation time has passed. Now we do have a robust schedule of offences that I've seen you have also had suggested amendments. I'll deal with that. But to start with the point that in the United Kingdom, certainly there was an amendment in 2022 which says that at sentences 4 years and over, the rehabilitation period for adults is 7 years. And then they make reference to their schedule offense, their schedule 18 in the relevant legislation. That schedule has the offences similar to ours, but makes it clear that mala prohibita or crimes of prohibition after the policy decision in the UK is to say that after the rehabilitation period, which is 7 years, they see it as 7 years. And the mature consideration in that is if we were to look at a 20-year-old, and I'm asking for the attention of all at this point. If we look at a 20-year-old who commits a crime of prohibition, and let's say it's perennial larceny, and he finds himself because he has multiple convictions and he gets now a sentence of 12 years. He's out of the rehabilitation period too. And so he will never get the opportunity to have that burden away from him despite the markers of rehabilitation. Now, if given the opportunity, after spending his incarceration of 12 years, he gets out at 32. Or if he gets good time and all is well, he gets out at 28 or 27. What we are asking now, Minister, is for him to wait an additional 15 years. And Damien is not here, but if I add the 15 to the 32, it seems to be about 47. And I'm saying to you that is a lifetime for a consideration before the board, as it is now constituted, for rehabilitation. And as I'm speaking here, as I'm standing before you, I make no, well, it's public knowledge, my own situation. And at 47 next week, Minister, one wonders what that would look like. What that would look like if I would now be on the road to try to put my life in with the opportunity of rehabilitation. So it's something greatly to consider that citizens of the United Kingdom, where we have our final court currently, the policy decision in the United Kingdom for their citizens is that second opportunities must come, provided that the schedule which we have mature consideration of is saying that you must get the rehabilitation. In fact, just like our legislation, once convictions are spent, you cannot use it against the offender who has rehabilitated themselves. So in consideration, I would say in relation to this aspect of it, I'm urging you, Minister, and I know I will get pushback from some of my friends in this very house, but I'm urging you that we must not be pusillanimous in our charge to certainly we serve. Yes, thank you. Yes. We must not be stingy. We must not be a coward. We certainly am urging you, Minister, to stand with me on this one and be brave and consider a rehabilitation period and an entire overhaul of such a system for adult offenders to set the period at 7 years. I would also say to you that where the offense is not a part of the third schedule, so that we're not here in another 10 years or another 5 years, to once and for all revisit and say that the rehabilitation for persons 4 years or 5 years and more, that the period is 7 years. And we will look at a robust rehabilitation board and a rehabilitation policy that set the markers within the act, the legislation, so the board can look and thereafter empower the minister where they appeal after recommendation from the members of parliament that are inundated with requests for giving me a second opportunity, and they are in their communities and can sometimes speak for some of these citizens to say that they have shown markers of rehabilitation, the selfless life that they're living, and there's a case-by-case basis when convictions are spent and the board actually functions. And then it will no doubt, I will say, Minister, it will no doubt correct or put us on the path to the mischief that you're currently trying to correct with this amendment. And that would be a robust rehabilitation policy, empowering the board and giving the board teeth to give you recommendations to say, I have met an individual that has remarkable rehabilitation, and you must, and at that point you ought to consider whether or not this is an exception to the rule. Now there's the section 3.3b where we're empowering the board to expunge offences committed and expunge the foreign ones. Now the question I would put to you, Minister, in terms of a consideration is that the wording of the proposed section as it currently is can prove to be problematic. And here's why. This section by itself is verbose. If you just look at, if you read it as is, with the mutuality assistance or the agreement with legislation, what we currently do is, if there is a foreign conviction, we look to our legislation and we automatically record the conviction currently. Now the problem is, if an individual somehow gets that conviction expunged, then what the legislation ought to do is to confirm the expungement in the relevant jurisdiction, Minister, and thereafter there is automatic expungement in our jurisdiction rather than a consideration, because what we'll be doing is taking the harm but not giving the offender the benefit. So that's a consideration, and a proper wording then I would suggest would be where a person's foreign conviction has been expunged under the laws of that foreign jurisdiction, the said conviction shall, once proven to the satisfaction of the board, be recognized as automatically expunged under Jamaican law. And I would say in the vein that it cannot be correct that the offense is expungible, But I would go as far as saying if it is, because what happens here, what informs here is that if you manage to get the conviction expunged in the jurisdiction, and I'll stay in the Caribbean, throughout the Caribbean. If you go to Barbados or Trinidad and you get a conviction, it's recorded in Jamaica. If you manage to get it expunged in the jurisdiction that informed the conviction, then if you can prove to the board that was done, then the consideration, what's left to the board is that the board. That's what. So it is that I'm saying to you, Minister, that I'm a reading of the act. It can be. I can see where a board would say that's not the interpretation, and so the clear is the wording that I'm saying, because I know the intent is clear. Yes, but well, and that's, well, I'm suggesting to you then, Minister, respectfully and humbly, that it should be automatic, because we automatically record it. And well, so that is just my humble submission, and I'll repeat for emphasis that a correct wording, so that there is no debate at a board with a colored panel with biases that we know not, would be bound by a wording that says where a person's foreign conviction has been expunged under the laws of that foreign jurisdiction, then the said conviction shall, once proven to the satisfaction of the board, be recognized as automatically expunged under Jamaican law. They said expungement once proven. Yes. No, I remember. So Minister, as I said, automatically recognized. The expungement, as in we're keeping with the mutuality of the agreement, the mutual assistance, the agreement, and the legislation. What informs us. Now in relation to the juveniles, I'm just putting to you that I think once and for all we ought to consider treating them as a separate class, as we now do by child diversion programs, and our legislation has been robustly modified under your tenure so far. And so to separate them in such a class, a protected class which they are, treat them as delinquent, and again in keeping with the schedule, but in so far as that particular rehabilitation period for juveniles should remain no greater than 3.5 years. And I just would submit to you that a 5-year rehabilitation for a juvenile is significantly high in terms of the purpose of sentencing and the purpose of a judge's wisdom in terms of giving a juvenile a custodial sentence would seem to suggest that the rehabilitation would have taken place in the correctional institution, and then the quickest possible time for them to be a productive member of society would be to have the rehabilitation period significantly increased. So cut in half at 3.5 years. Now the eligibility for expungement of offences of sex with a person under the age of 16, sentenced for less than 10 years. The amendment dealing with this section, the amendment of this section, there's a real concern in relation again to the juveniles. So I'm making an appeal in relation to them, because my question to you and a suggestion is, do we need automatic expungement for juveniles? And there's a hot debate in Jamaica in relation to how we treat the sexual offences registry. I know your position now is to keep it private, and you'll correct me, but and the debate as to whether it should be open, my position, notwithstanding the right to privacy and all the concerns in the Constitution, that it should be a public, but not before considering automatic expungement for juveniles, and this is in relation to juveniles who are not using the child diversion programs because they remain today without the convictions not being expunged. So it's a short window for those juvenile persons, and I think the purpose and intention of this particular section was never made to cover juveniles, and that's clear from sending it to child diversion. So this automatic expungement would cure the persons who were not able to benefit from child diversion, which is what we're currently using for this section for juveniles. So we can identify those persons, do the automatic expungement, and they would benefit from a change in the legislation and what is our forward thinking currently in the legislation. I think on our road. Wow. All right, so now in relation to, for once, I take it and I run with it. The factors to be considered by the board. This is, as I said, I raised it already, but I think that the board is where we are at. A national rehabilitation policy that can make clear what is our vision for our country. What's our vision for morality? What's our vision for corrective measures? So it would put the board in a place where they would have to give us annual reports. We would know when the applications are before the board, how many times the board sits, what informs their decisions to not allow the expungements and strengthen the appeal process to the minister. So I think we should consider that as a section that would then open conversations about the third schedule in the future. Now, in relation to automatic expungement, that's your 28A, and this provides for automatic expungement of convictions for which non-custodial sentences were imposed and completed prior to January 1st, 2005. Excellent idea. My question to you is, are we going to return for 2006, 2007, 2008, or are we going to put an amendment that would simply say that expungements that are at 20 years, so annually when it gets to 20 years, the clause would allow Parliament or allow the legislation to, when the 20 years reaches and these offences arise, the automatic expungement where nothing is, no clogs and fetters for the individual. It would simply prevent us from having to have this discussion at 2006 every year, annually. So that would cure that mischief. I have no objection to the changing of magistrate to parish court. It is forward thinking. No, the membership of the board. My only call would be to say that, again, the national rehabilitation policy. Looking forward to your green paper, which we'll debate where that is concerned. But certainly no objection. Now, deleting offences from the expungible list. I made the observation that all drug offences were being deleted. Extortion, malicious injury to property, and fire of the dwelling house. My only question is that it's noteworthy that section 39 and 40 of the Larceny Act remains unexpungible. That's burglary and housebreaking and committing a felony. I just want to know what informed you, or if it was something that was missed, because it appears to be a class of of felony that could be removed. And then lastly, I would simply say that in relation to the third schedule, again, in closing, that where it is that citizens of the United Kingdom, if we breathe the same air, the law as it is right now, well, I'm putting it out there because a review seems to suggest that it is violent offenders that we really are trying to contain. The Jamaica as a high crime society is plagued with violent offenses, and so because convictions on a whole is again lumped between mala prohibita and mala non se, and there's no public education as it is. Persons see crime and then job opportunities are lost. Without the expungement, the opportunities for some of the best and brightest of us who would have stumbled maybe once or twice, they are also unable to apply for visas, apply for work program, farm programs. Their life is stalled and they just simply don't have the opportunity. So a revisit of the third schedule more robustly, I would just humbly ask that is something to consider eventually. But if nothing else, in the now, before I take my seat, Madam Speaker. Okay, well then maybe I should have more conversations with you outside of this space, but before I take my seat, I'm strongly advocating for the rehabilitation period for adults to be 7 years and for juveniles 3.5 years. And it is the best practice as it is now. Thank you.
You'll have the member from St. James West Central, and then the member from St. Andrew Western. I think that concludes the members who have remained. Okay, I'll hold.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the debate on this bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to achieve a number of goals. In order to fully appreciate the amendments being pursued, it may be helpful for members of the Honorable House who are not all attorneys at law to get an appreciation of how the law is structured. The policy behind the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act is intricately tied to sentencing. As a general rule, under the Act, a person who has been convicted of an offense where the sentence imposed does not include a term of imprisonment or includes a term of imprisonment imposed only as an alternative to another penalty, or a term of imprisonment is imposed but the term does not exceed 5 5 years is treated as a rehabilitated person after the expiration of an appropriate period of time, and for the purposes of the law, the conviction is treated as a spent conviction, and all spent convictions can be expunged through a process. By way of exception to the general rule, Madam Speaker, a person who fails to comply with any condition of sentence imposed in respect of the conviction shall not be treated as a rehabilitated person for the purpose of the law. And where a person is convicted of a further offense during the rehabilitation period, and that further offense is a specified offense, the earlier conviction shall cease to be treated as a spent conviction. The further conviction is for an offense other than a specified offense. The earlier rehabilitation period is extended to end at the same time as a later rehabilitation period. Madam Speaker, an earlier conviction is incapable of becoming spent where proceedings against the convict for a subsequent offense are incomplete at the time when the earlier conviction would become spent, unless the proceedings have been adjourned sine die and remains sojourned for at least 3 years, and the rehabilitation period in that case continues until the proceedings are complete, or the period of 3 years have elapsed. Under the law, there is no rehabilitation period for convictions for offenses specified in the 3rd schedule of the Act, and those convictions are not treated as spent convictions. Stipulated rehabilitation periods vary for adult convicts according to the sentence imposed and the term of imprisonment, where imprisonment is the sentence. Where the sentence does not include a term of imprisonment or a term of imprisonment only as an alternative to another penalty, the rehabilitation is 3 years for adult offenders and 18 months for young offenders. Where the convict is sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months, the period of rehabilitation is 5 years for adult convicts and 30 months for young offenders. Where the convict is sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a period exceeding 6 months, but not exceeding 36 months, the period of rehabilitation is 7 years for adult convicts and 42 months for young offenders. Where the convict is sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a period exceeding 36 months, but not exceeding 5 years, the period of rehabilitation is 10 years for adult offenders and 42 months for young offenders. Madam Speaker, the bill is seeking to raise the threshold by amending the 5 years to 10 years. And what that would mean when passed into law is that a person who has been convicted of an offense where a term of imprisonment is imposed and the term does not exceed 10 years, the convict will be treated as a rehabilitated person after the expiration of the appropriate period of makes sense, Madam Speaker, because of the changing approach by the courts to sentencing. Historically, Madam Speaker, the philosophy of sentencing was mainly retributive. Today, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the proposal to increase the threshold makes sense and should be supported because of the changing approach to sentencing. The early philosophy of sentencing was mainly retributive, encapsulated in the ancient principle an eye for an eye. But over time, this shifted towards deterrence as societies began to focus on preventing future crimes rather than merely punishing offenders. And then, with the development of parole systems and probation services, there is also a shift from punishing offenders to reforming them. And so, Madam Speaker, the criminal justice system, Mr. Speaker, the criminal justice system considers the offender as a whole person, not merely as the author of a criminal act, but as an individual shaped by personal history, social context, and potential for change. And so courts now consider mitigating factors such as background, mental health, and social circumstances. You know, Madam Speaker, the President of the Court of Appeal recently pointed out that as far back as 50 years ago, one of our own judges indicated that it should never at any time be thought that a convicted person standing in a dock is no more than an abstraction. He or she is what he is because of his antecedents, and justice can only be done to him if proper and due regard is had to him as an individual, and a real attempt is made to deal with him with reference to the particular circumstances of his case. To ignore these is to ignore an essential consideration in the purpose of punishment, and that is the rehabilitation of offenders. And so this human-centered philosophy that now underscores sentencing says that we should consider the approach not merely as one of punishment, but one of restoration and reintegration, because ultimately the goal is to reduce reoffending and to promote safer communities. Madam Speaker, the work to bring these proposed amendments began some time ago in the last Parliament, and it is a response to the cries of many Jamaicans who have been disadvantaged by criminal records, where they run afoul of the law in circumstances that no longer characterize their lives. In today's Jamaica, where we have a high crime rate and a high violence crime rate, it is not an easy decision to take to give back. But, Madam Speaker, a commitment was made to provide second chances to the people who have turned their lives around and are on a different path. And this, in part, is what this bill seeks to achieve. Madam Speaker, I recall making a commitment to my own St. James West Central constituents, who regularly ask for second second chances around their criminal record, that the administration was in fact working on the law. And I'm really pleased that the bill is before the House. And when passed into law, will provide a real second chance for many, many offenders who have turned their lives around. So, Madam Speaker, the Criminal Records Office, Record Rehabilitation of Offenders Board, will be empowered once the bill becomes law to consider applications for expungement for offences for which the sentence imposed was more than 5 years but not more than 10 years. And also to set the rehabilitation period applicable to those offences at 15 years or 8 years for young offenders. I listened to the plea of the member from Portland Eastern, asking for a shorter rehabilitation period. And also suggesting that a national rehabilitation policy is critical. I will reserve my own views on the shortening of the rehabilitation period, but to enjoin his call for a national rehabilitation policy. During the preparation of the bill, it was a matter that was raised in the meetings, and I know the minister piloting the bill as part of the work to be completed, because it is not merely the passage of time that results in rehabilitation, but interventions that will assist a convict to come to terms with his past and also to make amends and to go on a normal path. Madam Speaker, the Criminal Records Office will need to be better resourced in order to carry out the additional functions that are in place before it. And in fact, in order to do the work that is assigned to it at section 22 of the law, it is not just enough to expand the membership to allow for more meetings. But I know during the research phase of the bill, that one of the issues that was raised was just the need for additional resources to ensure that the investigations and inquiries can be done so that the applicants for expungement can have the benefit of proper findings, because many applications did not have the benefit of the inquiry that is required to ensure that the applicant's case is treated in the way that it should. Madam Speaker, there is a very big give that the bill is seeking to achieve, and that is the automatic expungement of convictions that non-custodial sentences, where the sentences were satisfied. No, I hear the call for automatic expungement, and I believe, Madam Speaker, that it is part of the work that will have to continue, because if convictions are automatically treated as being spent after the passage of time, and those spent convictions can be expunged, then I believe that there is a current gap in the law that the next round of amendment would have to address. I do support the call for automatic expungement of spent convictions in circumstances where none of the provisos number of convictions that would qualify for automatic expungement in what clause 9 is seeking to achieve. So, just to add that in order for everyone to benefit, some work will have to be done with the criminal records office. And
but you're not telling them anything wrong.
important that laws are not just passed, but that the attendant changes to the institutions are made and the resourcing of those institutions are done. So, Madam Speaker, this is a happy day for me because, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is a happy day for me because it is the delivering on a commitment that was made for second chances. And though the bill does not go far enough, what it is giving is a good start. And I hope that the work will continue on the other aspects of the reform that are pending behind the scene. I know the minister will continue with those reforms. So, Mr. Speaker, just before I close, the other aspect of the bill that will go a long way in achieving the goals is to provide the board with a framework for
Mr. Speaker, the time being 7:20, I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day.
The question is that the time being 7:20, I put that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
So, Mr. Speaker, two more points. Is that currently the board is empowered to investigate and having regard to the results of any inquiry made where the board is satisfied that the applicant is rehabilitated, the board is mandated to issue a direction that the spent conviction be expunged for the record. And in the background work to the bill, Mr. Speaker, the board asked for assistance, and that is reflected at clause 8, the proposed amendment to section 23, which would allow the board to make inquiries into a number of matters, including the nature and gravity of the offense, the finding of any social inquiry report pertaining to the applicant, any psychological evaluation of the applicant, whether the applicant has successfully completed a rehabilitation or resocialization program, whether the applicant has accepted responsibility or demonstrated remorse for the commission of the offense, and whether the applicant has participated in restorative justice program, has offered restitution to the victim. The board is also empowered to look at the age of the applicant at the time of the commission of the offense, and whether the offense is one for which there are international obligations that limit or bar expungement of the offense, and whether expungement of the offense would affect or have implications for any other law, and of course, any further conviction. So, Madam Speaker, all in all, the proposed amendments
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very, yes. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief, but I think it's important to make the point, particularly following on the member who just spoke. I think today there are a number of persons listening to this debate and expecting, understanding that this amendment was coming to the House. But listening to the debate today, there will be a lot of frustration. A lot of persons who anticipated and hoped that the amendment would go a little further, or further to address what are some real issues. Because, Madam Speaker, the issue really is one of huge social consequences. Huge. And I'm not sure, and I'm not satisfied that it would have been helpful if this piece of legislation was supported by scientific work. I don't know the extent to which it has. The impact assessments on what is happening. I rise because in my case, I know of more than one individual. And I have a young man as I speak, about which this young man, when he was probably about 18 or 19, was engaged in some robbery. It was almost like a spree for them. But he was sentenced and he served time. He was paroled, he's back out and has been a model person. The frustrations in his life are real. He can't get a job because the record is there. His housing situation is his family situation. So the consequences of past acts, particularly at earlier stages, almost juvenile stages, is I think one that is worthy of much more serious considerations. And when I look at aspects of the law that favors, that doesn't really address the issue of equality before the law, so that if you're convicted in a foreign, if this crime was convicted in a foreign country, and as opposed to Jamaica, it is expungible here because the crime was convicted elsewhere but not in Jamaica for the same crime. It really begs for us to consider very seriously what are the messages we're sending. In fact, as I listen to the debate, what comes to mind is I'm saying, but this sounds like a bait and switch situation. You tell me you have an amendment, but I come on and listen to the amendment and it's written with all kinds of exceptions, some of which are like, if it's 10 years, anything over 10 years, well, we can't consider it, but if it's, I'm just saying, the intention is good. Well, you can say come on because you're patient, when it impacts lives and lives that it becomes, you're aware of it and it matters. It's not a family member, it's a constituent, but I see the struggles and I'm saying I urge that some of these things we consider that we understand the implication, the wider social impact. And this doesn't help recidivism. This does not, does not help recidivism. Because I think under this attempt, this sort of very cramped attempt, very limited attempt, what you get is a sense of frustration as if we have missed an opportunity. As if we've missed an opportunity, and we know it's almost a resentencing. It's almost a resentencing. So I urge the minister to look again at this thing, because lives, many lives, under circumstances that we have otherwise said, look, we will treat these differently and we will take it fully into account. I urge that you do that.
Leader of the Opposition, member from St. Andrews South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill that we're debating now relates to criminal records and their expungement. And the concept of a criminal record really is an exception to the general principle that somebody who is convicted of a criminal offense and serves whatever punishment is imposed on them by a court of law has then paid their debt to society and is basically a citizen free and clear of the trappings of their past. The criminal record concept is an dereliction, as it were, or from that, because it says no, there's going to be a permanent record of what you did, and citizens who are offering opportunities, whether it be employment, visas, tenancy, whatever, can say, I need to see your record before I make this opportunity available to you. And if you provide that record and it shows that many years ago you transgressed, you may well be denied that opportunity. So it's a very serious matter. And when I was Minister of Justice for 4 years, we took on the act as we then found it. And we essentially sought to make it much more liberal in its application. So it used to have an additional rehabilitation period on top of the rehabilitation period, which doubled the time you had to wait before you could apply for expungement. We eliminated that additional rehabilitation period and thereby cut in half the period of time that persons who had served their time had to wait before they could apply. We also increased from 3 to 5 years at the time the maximum sentence that would allow you to apply once you've served your rehabilitation period. And for juveniles, we reduced in half the periods of time that they had to serve, depending on how long they had been sentenced for. So the regime for them was half of that which applied to adult offenders, and therefore they could apply for expungement that much quicker. As part of that, the third schedule is there with the list of offences which are not considered expungible. But we made that amendable by ministerial order because we recognized at the time that we were liberalizing and the list is there, but with the passage of time, the minister, whoever that person might be, might want to remove from the list of ineligible offences things that perhaps shouldn't be, such as to make you ineligible to apply for expungement. And there are offences on that third schedule list that are non-violent offences. You know, there's a large range of offences on it. Some are violent offences, which I think members of society might feel queasy about allowing to be expunged in every situation. But there are others that are non-violent offences. So, you know, we've waited a decade or more, I think, for this opportunity now. We're glad for it because as time passes and we see the benefits of the approach taken before, the more liberal approach taken before, now you're taking on board a further liberal approach, expanding 5 to 10, for example, in terms of the years of sentence where the cap is for those that are ultimately eligible for application for expungement. What I think the member for East Portland came with was the need for a much broader approach. And I think it's the idea of a rehabilitation policy I endorse fully, because we have such a high rate of recidivism in Jamaica, of persons who offend and are released from prison having served their time and then offend again and end up back in prison. I think it's 40% is a number I read most recently. And that cries out for a rehabilitation policy to reduce that number, to reduce that percentage, because persons leave prison in Jamaica and the opportunities available to them are very limited. And we need to look at how we can manage that situation better so that they aren't, or they don't take the path again of offending, as many of them as possible, but we can get onto a more wholesome path we should. So the idea of a rehabilitation policy is very critical, and part of that rehabilitation policy ought to be a further look at the structure of this act. I don't think we should wait another decade to do this, because the debate in here, I think, has given you the sense that people are inclined to see a more progressive approach to these issues. And some of the caution which underlines the decisions that we see in the bill, maybe with a rehabilitation policy which takes into account broad consultations of stakeholders and so on, one will have the confidence to take maybe a broader approach to the legislation relating to criminal records and expungement. So yes, we support the bill. Some excellent suggestions were made by the member for North East St. Elizabeth a couple of weeks ago. The idea of virtual meetings being permitted and so on, and there were others. And of course, the member for Eastern Portland made an impassioned plea for a 7-year rehabilitation period in particular, and the fact that certain of the provisions really weren't set up or designed for juveniles and shouldn't apply to juveniles. Even if those are not taken on board at this point, I hope that this will not be the end of the matter for this, and that we won't have to wait another decade before we come back here, but rather the Ministry of Justice will pursue the development of a rehabilitation policy, and that a fresh look at this again will be occasioned by the completion of that policy. I think that would be very encouraging for all of us who are looking to see further reforms in this area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members who have participated in the debate. As a consultation with the Minister, he will take into account what has been shared and will close on Tuesday when we next meet. So I ask for the recommittal of announcements and notice of, so I ask for the suspension of the debate and the recommittal of announcements and notice of motions given oral.
Members, the debate on the bill is suspended until Tuesday. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The recommittal of announcements and notice of motions given orally. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements.
Also laid on the table of the House is the Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025 and its resolution under the Financial Administration and Audit Act.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following. The Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025 Resolution. Whereas Section 48C1 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, requires that, subject to subsections 2 and 4 of that section, the Minister shall take appropriate measures. A, to attain a fiscal balance as a percentage of the gross domestic product as at the end of the financial year ending on March 31, 2018 and thereafter, that a allows the requirements specified in paragraph B to be achieved and to be maintained or improved thereafter, and the fiscal balance to be attained shall be computed in accordance with the 5th schedule. B, to reduce the public debt to 60% or less of the gross domestic product by the end of the financial year ending on March 31, 2028, and maintain or improve the ratio thereafter. And whereas section 48C2A I of the Act provides that compliance with the requirements referred to in subsection 1A and B may be suspended on the ground of the occurrence referred to as an eventuality, as determined having regard to subsection 5 of section 48C of an order published under section 26 of the Disaster Risk Management Act, declaring the whole or any part of Jamaica to be a disaster area or a threatened area. And whereas on October 28, 2025, the Disaster Risk Management Declaration of Disaster Area, Hurricane Melissa Order 2025, herein referred to as the order was made. And whereas paragraph 2 of the order declared the whole of Jamaica to be a disaster area. And whereas section 48C3 of the Act provides that section 48C2 applies where the fiscal commissioner has validated in the prescribed manner that the estimated fiscal impact of the eventuality is equal to or greater than 1.5% of gross domestic product. And thereafter, B, the minister, having regard to the validation of the fiscal commissioner, has, in accordance with section 48C4, made an order subject to affirmative resolution, permitting the requirements to be suspended for an initial period, and as the case may require, for an extended period. And whereas the fiscal commissioner on November 25, 2025, validated in the prescribed manner that the estimated fiscal impact of the eventuality is equal to or greater than 1.5% of gross domestic product. And whereas section 48C5A of the Act provides that for the purpose of section 48C2, the Planning Institute of Jamaica shall submit to the Minister and the Fiscal Commissioner, respectively, a report relating to the eventuality where it relates to an occurrence specified in section 48C2A or B. And whereas the Minister and the Fiscal Commissioner, respectively, have received the report of the Planning Institute of Jamaica on November 24, 2025, and whereas on the 2nd day of December 2025, the Minister made the Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025, and whereas section 48C of the Act provides that an order made under that section shall be subject to affirmative resolution. And whereas it is desirable that the Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025 be affirmed by resolution. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honorable House as follows. The resolution may be cited as the Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements Order 2025 Resolution. The Financial Administration and Audit Suspension of Fiscal Target Requirements, which was laid on the table of the House on the 2nd day of December 2025, is affirmed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh,
Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which was given.
Madam Speaker, in public business, we will have the Minister treat the motion that you just gave notice of.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Thank you. The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, may I commence?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
The opposition leader would like to contribute. Prior?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 points to make on the motion. The first of them is to ask the minister to indicate and confirm that she intends to bring legislation to the House to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act, that provision which sets the target date for the achievement of the 60% debt to GDP ratio, which is now having been changed once before during the pandemic from March 31, 2026 to March 31, 2028, which is where it is now. Based on her presentation earlier, with our projections for GDP over the next 4 years, clearly we're not going to, based on those projections, be able to meet that deadline any longer with the calamity of Melissa. So I wanted to ask the minister to confirm whether she intends to amend the Financial Administration Audit Act to set that date at an achievable date, given where we are today. The second point I wanted to raise relates to the order itself. And the provision that deals with the suspension of the fiscal rules is in the Financial Administration and Audit Act, and there is as the recitals to the order and the resolution indicate, there is a procedure that is followed before the minister can proceed to seek affirmative resolution of her order suspending the fiscal rules. And one of those is that there has been a declaration of a public disaster. Now, while we have no doubt suffered a disaster that could have led to the declaration of a public disaster, we didn't in fact formally declare a public disaster under the Constitution. A disaster was declared under the Disaster Risk Management Act legislation, but not under the Constitution. So the suspension can't go on that. It has to go on GDP contraction, and that is what is the basis that we're looking at today. And that GDP contraction has apparently been duly confirmed in the prescribed manner by the Fiscal Commissioner. When this legislation was enacted, it was originally the Auditor General who had that role. And with the advent of the Fiscal Commission, it is now the Fiscal Commissioner who has that role. And the minister, and he or she, in this case it's a he, the Fiscal Commissioner, has to base that on an assessment of the impact of the damage coming from the PIOJ, which has been prepared as well, we've been told. And the minister has generously, I would say, though I think quite appropriately, said she will share both those documents with us, the PIOJ report and the report of the Fiscal Commissioner, which is relying in making the order. And that's good, because the law really, I think, ought to require them to be tabled, but it does not. And it is in the interest of transparency and good shared with the parliamentarians who have to vote on the order. The main issue I want to say about the order is this. The duration of the order, Minister, is that it expires. It's for a period which commenced on the date Melissa hit, October 20, 2025, and it terminates on March 31 next year. So it's a very short period that's covered by this order. And when I look at the provision in the law, it says that the initial period during which compliance with the requirements referred in subsections 1A and B, which are the contraction of the economy by more than 1.5% of GDP, maybe. So the initial period during which compliance with those requirements may be suspended shall terminate at the end of the financial year following the eventuality. So to my mind, you're selling yourself short, Minister, by having it end in the financial year that we are in and that the calamity occurred. Because it's supposed to be, it should terminate at the end of the financial year following the calamity. This is important because the effects of this are likely to impact the upcoming fiscal year, for sure. We know that tourism, for example, there are many hotels which are not going to come on stream until, midway through next year, and there are many other businesses that have been impacted. Small businesses in particular, where there's a $3 billion allocation, we're told. That's going to take months to work through the system to get the economy back up and running as we want it to be. So I question the period, and there's another reason why it is important that we get that date right, because it says that, and this is a proviso to that same provision, and that provision, Minister, is subsection 4 of section 48C of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, subsection 4. And it goes on to say that where the fiscal commissioner has validated in the prescribed manner that the residual impact of the eventuality means Melissa in this case, is significant enough to warrant the continued suspension of the requirements, the fiscal rules. The suspension of the requirements may be continued for an extended period of one more financial year, immediately following the initial period of the suspension. So that would give you 2 years, potentially, plus the period between now and March, during which Jamaica could utilize this envelope, massive envelope of resources that were announced yesterday, to try and get the recovery going without having to constrain expenditure to keep within the fiscal rules. But the way the order is worded, this one expires in March, and then the law only allows you to have one more fiscal year of suspension after that, which I don't think is desirable. So I'm suggesting to you, Minister, that you revisit this, take a moment, or maybe more than a moment, to look at it. But I don't think that the order that's before us complies with subsection 4. I think the idea, I'm very involved in the draft committee, so I'm speaking from a position of some knowledge of this, because when the amendments that we're looking at to do with the suspension of fiscal rules were passed, I was the chairman of